busted up train. Didn't plan on losing my heart tonight, but on that greasy rooftop it all felt right. On the roof of the Waffle House, love gets loud. While Dixon's in the kitchen, we escape the crowd. He might motorboat me like a big old beast, but Lord have mercy, he smells like yeast. Might not be forever, might not be clean, but on that rooftop, I'm his queen. Don't wear pride, we climb that ladder just to let it ride. No white picket fence, no wedding ring, but the way you touch me makes the rafters sing. On the roof of the Waffle House, love gets wild. While Dixon's in the kitchen, we escape the crowd. He might motorboat me like a big old beast, but Lord have mercy, he smells like yeast. Might not be forever, might not be clean, but up on that rooftop, I'm his queen. Dentures, I don't wear pride. We climb that ladder just to let it ride. No white picket fence, no wedding ring, but the way you touch me makes the rafters sing. Oh, leave the minivan, leave the 9 to 5, hop in your Beetle, let's feel alive. With Dixon, fried bacon, and a jukebox on. We found the kind of love that don't feel wrong. On the roof of the Waffle House, love gets wild. All two broken hearts, lost but proud. But tonight on this rooftop, he's my beast, my wreck, my home, my break routine. But on that dirty rooftop, I'm his queen. I'm his queen.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you might be. Well, it's a Baker banger. These are some of the most unappetizing waffles I've ever seen. No, they're great because put Nutella on it. Nutella makes everything better. Everyone, I have breaking news about Aidan Carney. As you know, I have special connections in Canton, and one of my greatest connections is, of course, the best journalist on the interwebs, Grant Smith-Ellis. All right, time to lay out the updated 2023-2025 timeline. This is one of those posts you have been warned. I'm just telling you, you better put in your mouth guard because you will be biting yourself because this is revelations. In April 23, I believe Karen Reed and Alan Jackson hooked Aidan Turtleboy Corney up with the FBI to help Aidan with a wiretapping problem unrelated to the Karen's case. That's why Aidan still have that wiretapping problem, but don't ask questions. Then that summer, the feds used Aidan and Karen to cover to look into the Sandra Birchmore murder cover-up. As such, Brian Tully's MSP unit, the same one that investigated Sandra Birchmore's murder, spent the summer and fall of 2023 into winter 2024 trying to uncover the real target of the DOJ probe. This unit included Trooper Bukaki and John Fanning, who once worked in Stoughton with Sandra's killer, former cop Matt Farwell. Thus, the criminal charges against Aidan Carney, although in my view deserved based on Carney's actions, mere cover to accomplish that intel operation. That in turn explains why Krusty and all the weird moles in her orbit, such as Jason Broyles, Christy think her name is Cretone, not Cetrone, Hoops, and otherwise were brought into the plan of action, in my opinion, by way of Marty Kraft's PI firm. 1. Pressure Aiden Carney via criminal charges to flip on Karen Reed and tell the state what Karen and the DOJ was up to, and give the state enough to indict Karen on witness intimidation. This plan is still active in my view. And with the new disclosure that they are looking into Karen's phone to maybe why Crossgrow is looking into her phone and to indict her. I hope they have a contract so you can see that's inside the scope of his investigation, or else his special prosecution status where he has to keep watertight bulkheads between him and the DA's office seems kind of stupid, because they are non-existent then, and they then lied to everyone that they had conflicted out. But Grant have now figured it out. The DOJ hired Aiden as an undercover rat to get to the Birdsmore trial. You can only get that kind of absolute AAA rated greatness if you follow Grant Smith Ellis. Sadly, he has me blocked because we have this cover going that we don't like each other. I am legally obliged to call him a raving idiot every time I mention him, so people won't figure out that me and him are also in a scheme together to prove that Lindsay Gaetani is a virgin with 4 kids, and she is pure as the driven snow. Well, some people claim she might have snorted some of the snow, but that is a lie. Grant will be maybe 3, 4, 5 sexual partners down the road. He will have a stab at La Lalas de Tuna. He's saying Jason and Christy were working for KP. Yes. O-line, if you don't think really hard about it, you will see how all the threats put together. Jason Brawls have been attacking Lindsay and Krusty as a cover-up from Krusty to attack Lindsay. All of this is to try and disprove the virginity of Lindsay and the stab at La Lalas de Tuna that Grant is going to get down the road. Maybe 7, 8, 9 partners down the road, Grant will be the one to stab that. Some call it a well-used hole. I wouldn't go that far. I don't know. But me and Grant will get to the bottom of this. What is Fed doing now? We just ate some perfectly splendid secreto iberico with candied potatoes cooked in Petro Jimenez sherry reduction. Oh, sounds good. Yeah, it's because you're not smart enough to see what me and Grant sees. Woohoo! Carmen didn't ruin your channel. Pure as a grifting O. It is indeed high on the hog. Always blame Zach or Sue. Blame Sue first and then Zach. But no, that's what Grant. I think he had to write that because he has to protect his fair maid. Well, she's not that fair and she's not a maiden. And Jason Broyles released all of the text messages between all the girls. And let me just say, there's a lot of backstabbing going on in the Bits Club. They don't like each other that much, and they hate their parents. The funny thing, when you read those text messages, none of them have any personal responsibility for anything that happens in their life. All of them are victims of bad parents, Aiden Kiani.
You swear affirm that evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. Go ahead and state your name for the record and spell your last name.
Turn up the audio. You have an audio guy in there. Turn up the audio.
Okay, and you're recently retired.
Why can't I hear someone clicking a keyboard?
Occupation?
As the crime How long did you work there?
31 years.
And while you were the supervisor at the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office, was there a crime scene investigator named Kayla Lim that was under your control and supervision?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know her well?
Yes, sir.
How well do you know her?
Very close friends. I know her husband, her child. We talk on the phone. Actually, spoke with her this morning.
Okay. Did she have a baby recently?
Yes, she did.
When did she have?
Yeah,
a
I'm
baby?
sure.
About 3 weeks ago.
Okay. And have you been in communication with her since she had the baby?
Yes, several times.
Okay. Or do you have personal knowledge as it relates to her health?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you go ahead and tell the judge how Miss Lynn is doing since she had her baby?
Miss Lynn is still having complications from having the baby. She is running a fever because she has an infection.
Oh, this is the hearing we were supposed to have earlier about a witness. Apparently, that witness had her own baby and have some complications. I think I understand why we are here. Let me just try and boost the audio and see if we can hear anything, because this is really. They have an audio guy sitting in the room, and they still have no audio.
They're having a hard time getting her blood pressure under control. She's even had to go back to the emergency room due to her blood pressure. She has lupus, and that's causing part of these complications. They're also having problems with blood clots. She's had a baseball-sized blood clot, and so they're closely monitoring, have her on medication, prescription medications, to try to get all this under control.
How often does Miss Lim visit the doctor?
She just was at the doctor's office on Thursday, and she's in contact with him daily.
She maintains daily contact with the doctor?
Yes, sir, they're monitoring all of her vitals.
Okay. And did Miss Lim also have a high-risk pregnancy?
Yes, sir, due to her lupus.
Okay. And did she miss a lot of work because of that?
Yeah, she missed 7 months of work.
Okay. Is she back to work, or is she still on FMLA duty?
She's out on FMLA.
Okay. Is Miss Lim, based on all of the circumstances that you just described, is Miss Lim able to report to court and testify in this case?
No, sir, due to the symptoms, her blood pressure goes up and down continuously, and she never knows when she's having an episode, and that's causing migraines for her and that kind of stuff.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Any questions from the defense?
No questions.
All right, any argument from the defense as to the requested finding? For the record, as the attorneys know, we previously took her testimony along with another witness who's pregnant as well, in case there arose a circumstance where she's unavailable to perpetuate her testimony, or her testimony was perpetuated. From the defense, any objection?
Yes, Judge, we do object. Again, I understand the nature of the situation. However, this being a capital case, again, we have offered that the witness be able to testify via Zoom. I do not think that there has been a sufficient evidence laid that this witness cannot testify via Zoom. Her testimony would be very brief and short. She could come today or tomorrow on Zoom and be done with her testimony very quickly. So we'll leave it to the discretion of the court. And we've had no medical testimony of any person with medical knowledge regarding her inability to, again, get on a Zoom. She's not hospitalized. To my knowledge, she is at home. And while under the care of her doctor, she is at home. And I don't know that anything's preventing her from, again, with the age of technology, getting on Zoom to do a very brief trial testimony.
Steve? Yes, sir. As authority, I would cite a case called Richardson versus State 182, Southern 3rd 918. It's from the First District Court of Appeals in 2016. That case, the First District said that the witness who had delivered less than 2 weeks prior to trial and had been seen by her physician on the morning of trial and had told the prosecutor that she was in, quote, a bad way and having difficulties. The First District said that did meet the unavailability requirement under the forward testimony exception. This case is no different. In fact, what makes this case different is that Ms. Lim's medical condition seems to be worse, not better than the witness in the Richardson case.
I suppose I should note too, Ms. Lim has testified before me multiple times. I can't even count how many times. So it's not, I'm ruling out any situation that she's have some kind of fear of testimony, which helps me make a finding that I find it's true. She's suffering from significant medical consequences of childbirth, fever, infection, uncontrolled blood pressure, and it would be inappropriate for me not to find that she's unavailable. So I will find her that she's unavailable pursuant to the rule as a predicate to allowing her perpetuated testimony to be played before the jury. When do you intend on doing that?
This afternoon.
All right, let me know when you're going to do that. I would give the jury an instruction that the testimony was taken pursuant to a procedure as if it's
No, they want to play a recording of her previous of her testimony, and the defense wants her in on Zoom. So they must have recorded it earlier, and both of them have had a stab at it. I think the defense just wants her there so they can ask the questions live.
part of the trial. It was perpetuated, and they should consider it as if it's taking place during the actual trial.
Yes, sir.
All right.
No objection to that admonishment, Judge, so long as we don't tell the jury the nature of the reason.
Right, I'm not going to tell them whatsoever.
Yes.
So then the only other question that I have is, so the perpetuation of her testimony is on a video
Mhm.
that I have on a thumb drive. I marked that as an exhibit. I was just gonna ask the court to move it in as a court exhibit. And then she admitted 3 photos, I think, and 3 swabs that were admitted during hers. They're the same exact exhibit numbers from the prior hearing that we already did, and I would just move those before I play her testimony is what I guess the way that I was planned on doing it. I don't know if the defense has any objection to that.
I have her admitting 7 things. So I have her admitting 36 to 39, which are pictures of the truck. And then she also admitted 33, 34, and 35.
36, 37,
Mhm.
38, 39.
Yep.
3 swabs.
33, 34, 35.
Correct.
All right.
And then the USB, which is just a video of what we filmed.
All right, so that'll be what we'll do. The USB will come into evidence part of the record as far as to memorialize what her testimony is. But let's be sure to separate it out from the other exhibits so that when we send the exhibits back to the jury, we don't actually send that exhibit back to the jury for deliberations.
The perpetuation.
Right,
Right.
Yeah, because if, just like any other testimony, if they want to view that, they can.
exactly. We don't want to just automatically send it back with the other exhibits. So we have to separate it out. It's part of the trial record, but it's not an exhibit for jury deliberation purposes.
I believe it is exhibit 149. So we'll have to make a note, 149 does not go back with evidence.
Yeah, so keep it in a separate
Once it gets.
place. In fact, you may want to even take it over to your office just to avoid that happening.
Okay.
Any other matters to address before we get started with the jury? I'm not sure if we have all the jurors in the back at this time.
We should have, because you were supposed to start 8 minutes ago. No, 12 minutes ago. So of course you have all your jurors on the back. Da, do, da, da, do, da, 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 da. La, 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 la. A lot is lost in deposition videos. They are so disjointed. Yeah, but remember from the treehouse case when they had someone on Zoom who was almost dying. Still, I was this close to think we actually lost one live on a stream. That wasn't a good one either, when she just lost her mind and started screaming. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. A juror is using the restroom. We'll catch up. No. No, AJ is back now. She was locked up this morning. But Carmen apparently did very bad things over the weekend. Yeah, she died 3 days later. Yeah, she just got to yell at the court. Yeah, well, that's what smoking the devil's lettuce will do to you. Look at Roger. Never smoked the weed. He's fine. That lady smoked a lot of weed.
Okay, so let's enter into the what we just
Bum, 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 bum. Maybe they shared war stories at prenatal testing. Well, she just had her baby, so I hope she haven't carried it since this lady was killed, because that's a big baby to give birth to if it's 8 years old. And we've caught up. Can we get to it? Oh my God, it's raining outside. And my little feeties are getting cold because I have my window open right there and I got draft on my feet. Ooh, so cold. Bum, 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 bum. Well, in this case, the one accused of it could be the dad. In Birdsmore's trial, well, it's going to be interesting to figure out who the real dad is. But I just saw another one got swept into that investigation. I can't remember the name. I saw it earlier today. Someone who had also been in contact with her that day, another police officer who's now a lawyer. He quit his job as a police officer when they were looking into the disciplinary case back in 2022. But now he's claiming that they are trying to ambush him and setting him up. Does it rain a lot here? Yeah, we are coastal climate, so we get a lot of rain. Because everything is watered. In Denmark, there's no place where you are more than an hour and a half from water. So we have a lot of rain coming in. Well, yeah, I think we're probably one of the wetter places. We don't get a lot of snow because we're protected by Norway. They'll get it instead of us, and so we don't get as much of that. But we do good. We're not England, but we get a lot of rain. But it's just last night I woke up at I think around 2 o'clock, and it was just torrential rain outside. It hasn't been doing that for a while because we've had a pretty decent Indian summer, and now it's just switched over. It's cold, it's dark, it's red, it's wet. So from now on until April, it'll just be miserable. Birdsmore case on Dateline, I think Friday night. It'll probably be a horrible misstatement of anything, just like every other case they cover. But I hope they're getting that one right. And I believe today there's a new hearing in the Brian Walsh case at 2 today. I'm not planning on covering it because we have this one, but I believe it's today at 2 there will be Brian Walsh. Yeah, it's not. It's well. When I did my pre-stream nap, the wind was really blowing, and I had a door that I didn't close properly, so it was just slamming. That was annoying. Well, Norway have a lot of snow. We don't have that much snow. I don't know where the phrase Indian summer comes from, but it's just a hot August. Yeah, but you live on the coastline, right? Yes, you missed a lot. You have to go back and really dig deep into it. There will be a test later. Don't do that. It's a waste. It's too early for snow. If we get snow, we'll probably get it end November, maybe early December. We hardly ever have a white Christmas. Then it'll come. Sometimes we'll have a white New Year's, but most likely we'll have rain New Year's. And then late January is where we normally have our snow. Yeah, and in a week you have 75 degrees, and then you get mad that it's summer's over. Yeah. But it's the same. Our weather here is way different from where my kids live. My kids live in the middle of Jutland. So if I talk on the phone with them, they can have totally different weather, even though it's only 2 hours away, because where I live, we have so much water around us. Plus, we have some hilly. We don't have mountains in Denmark. We have some hills to the north and east of us, north and west of us. So we're kind of protected from all the bad weather. So we don't have as many like thunderstorms and stuff like they have up there, or just storms in general. We don't get it as bad as they do. Woohoo! We're back.
The OBGYN medical records of the victim through Dr. Stossel. We have agreed at this time we're going to move to admit now, but we've marked off the redaction, so we're not going to give this to the jury until we can redact the portions that we agreed to.
Okay. Otherwise, ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Let's bring in the jurors. We'll get started.
Come back, baby, come back. Yeah, I just got something in my throat. I don't know what. But it was just annoying. I think it's because it's getting wet out there. So take off all your clothes. It is getting so wet. I want to take your clothes off. I think that's why I'm a little.
All right. We continue with the trial. The state may call its next witness.
They would call Dr. Stossel.
Come forward, raise your right hand, and please support.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
You can have it for that way the witness stand.
Good afternoon, doctor. If you could you state your full name and then spell your last name for the record?
Ruel, Ruel, Stossel, Stoessel.
All right, and obviously I called you doctor and you're wearing scrubs, but what do you do for a living? What is your profession?
High risk OB.
And how long have you been working as a high-risk OB?
1993.
And where do you currently work?
I have a private practice in Palm Beach County, PJ Boulevard.
And how long have you had your own high-risk practice?
I'm going on 26 years now.
All right, when you
I'm not Dutch. I'm Danish. It's a joke because someone is claiming that she's going to sue me, and she believes I'm from Holland. Because Danish people are Dutch, right? It's kind of like the Pennsylvania Dutch because they are Deutsch. It's Yanks. Yanks don't understand geography.
say high risk, what are you referring to?
Situations where the mother has an underlying medical condition that impact on her pregnancy, and or the fetus has a birth defect or something going on that makes the gestation high risk or the unborn child high risk.
All right, before I get into the particulars of this case, where'd you go to school?
SUNY Stony Brook, Long Island.
And what degree do you have from there?
MD.
All right, and prior to that, did you have to go to undergrad?
Yes.
And where did you attend undergraduate studies?
CUNY, Brooklyn.
All right.
City University of New York, Brooklyn. Sorry.
And what was your undergrad major?
Biology.
After you went to medical school, did you have to do a residency?
Correct.
What additional education did you have after you attended school, and where did you do your residency?
Residency at State University of New York, Downstate Medical Center in Brooklyn, and Kings County Hospital.
And as part of your profession, do you have to undergo continual training and certifications to maintain all your licensing and ability to practice?
That's correct.
What do you have to do?
Take mock exams, review articles, research articles, etc.
And how many years has it that you've been practicing as a high-risk OB?
I finished my fellowship at Albert Einstein College of Medicine in 1993 after I completed SUNY Downstate OBGYN residency.
Now, in this particular case, did you have a patient by the name of Mrs. Wise?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And do you recall, or what are the circumstances of her going to your practice?
She was referred by.
No, it's Deutsch. It's just because Pennsylvania Dutch is Deutsch. It's because it's Yanks. We smile at them and shake our heads.
Florida Community Health. We were a referral practice for high risk here in St. Lucie. She was referred for total OB care and planned for delivery.
All right. So were you going to be, or you her OB's UIN for the course of her pregnancy?
Yeah, correct. We were the maternal fetal medicine high risk obstetrical program that she was referred to.
And patients that have you as their doctor, how often do they come and see you?
Depending on the situation, anywhere from 1 to 4 weeks, sometimes twice a week if they're very high risk.
And does patients that come to see you, do you maintain medical records for their visits and keep track of their care?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And did you do that for Ms. Wise's case? Did she have medical records?
Yes, she did.
And have you had an opportunity to review those prior to today?
Yes, I have.
At this time, the state would move into evidence by prior business notification, State's Exhibit 151, the medical records of the victim.
No objection, subject to our previous discussion.
Subject to previous discussion and ruling, that item will come into evidence at this time.
All right, so you just testified that you are a high-risk doctor and you do get referrals out of St. Lucie County, is that right?
All right, they referred to me for care.
What was the reason for Ms. Wise's referral to you?
It was a maternal condition of, she had a history of supraventricular tachycardia.
Dallas-born, Boston-bred. I like Dutch baby pastry. I don't know what that is. Never heard about that.
Me neither.
But Jamie will try some.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, pastry sounds delicious.
Yeah. No, it's probably some of that weird stuff where they put cheese in, Jamie. Don't eat that.
That's my favorite.
This is a capital case, so he will go to the chair. He won't go to prison.
Or SVT.
And can you tell the jury what is SVT?
Basically means that the heart speeds up suddenly, and because this is going so fast, the blood flow patterns change. They can lose consciousness, have chest pains.
And based on this condition known as SVT, would that qualify her pregnancy as a high-risk pregnancy?
Yes, it does.
All right. And did she regularly visit your office?
Yes, she did.
Did she ever miss any appointments?
No, she did not.
When she attended, or when she first was referred to your office, did she have to undergo a standard blood panel that you require of all your patients?
Yes, as part of the process, but because she was a referral and not starting care with us, we were waiting for the final labs to be referred from the prior clinic. So we did not have all the labs at that time.
All right. Did you eventually get all of her records?
When we found out that she didn't really go to have the records, we ordered all the prenatal panels, we call it.
Okay. And in Mrs. Wise's records, was there any evidence of there being any drug use or anything like that?
Not I'm aware of.
Now, I want to talk to you about ultrasounds. What do patients at your practice get ultrasounds?
It's a core part of our practice, correct?
All right. And based on your review of the records, did Miss Wise have 6 ultrasounds with your practice?
I think it was 5.
You think it was 5? And 5, why would she have so many ultrasounds?
The initial screening ultrasound to complete the fetal anatomy and check on the baby's growth rate, and then serial ultrasounds thereafter to finish up the anatomy, continue to monitor the fetal growth rate, make sure that the gestation is remaining healthy.
So I'd like to start with the first ultrasound. Do you have records that show she had an ultrasound on May 17th of 2018?
Yes, I have.
At that point in time, how far along was Miss Wise in her pregnancy?
Based on the ultrasound that was given to us, she was 18 weeks and 3 days when we saw her on that date.
And as far as your opinion, any issues with the state of either Miss Wise's health or the baby's health at that time?
She was clinically stable. It's just that she has these intermittent supraventricular tachycardia. The gestation as a size equal dates, and we did not see anything that puts the baby high risk for any birth defects or abnormalities.
So let's go to the next ultrasound. Are you showing that she also had an ultrasound on June 15th of 2018?
That's correct.
Okay, and how far along did you determine the pregnancy to be at that time?
She was 22 weeks and 4 days.
And is that showing consistent growth with the time of the last ultrasound leading up to this one?
Yes, that ultrasound composite was coming out at 22 weeks, 5 days. And by early ultrasound, she was 22 weeks, 4 days. And the size of the baby was appropriate, and we didn't see any birth defects.
All right, let's go to now July 13th of 2018. Did you also complete an ultrasound on that day?
Say the day again for me, I'm sorry.
July 13th of 2018?
Yes, we did.
How far along is Miss Wise's pregnancy at this point?
26 weeks and 4 days by that early ultrasound.
And what is the state of both her and the baby's health at that time?
At this date, we completed the anatomy survey of the gestation, the unborn baby, and we deemed it to be no gross malformations. The unborn baby's growth rate was appropriate at 2 pounds, 3 ounces at the 59th percentile, and seemed to be persistently in that 50th percentile zone for growth, which is appropriate. And she was doing well. We're just pending the cardiology evaluation because of the history of the SVT.
I think that leaves us with 2 more ultrasounds left. Let's go to July 30th of 2018. Did you conduct an ultrasound on Miss Wise at that time?
Yes, we did.
All right. And how far along was she, and what was the status of both her and the baby's health?
The gestational age was 29 weeks. By measuring, the gestation was 29 weeks, 5 days by our ultrasound criteria, and the baby was growing at the 53rd percentile with an estimated weight of 2 pounds, 15 ounces, sorry.
And then The last ultrasound would be on August 13th of 2018. How far along did you determine the baby to be based on the ultrasound at that time?
Based at, 31 weeks.
And what's the status of the baby's health?
Amniotic fluid volume was normal. She reporting normal fetal movements. The biophysical profile, which is a way of assessing the unborn baby by ultrasound, showed that normal fetal movements, normal breathing movements. Fetal tone was appropriate. So the baby got an 8 out of 8 for the biophysical profile, which is a good score.
All right. So from May 17th of 2018 up until the last ultrasound on August 13th, 2018, did she have a healthy growing baby?
Yes, sir.
Any indication that there was going to be any complications or any major things that you saw of concern?
At that time, no, but we're pending the cardiology evaluation of the mother's heart.
All right. Was there any indication to you that you saw that the child was not healthy?
By all our serial ultrasounds assessments, the baby was healthy.
Thank you, Dr. Stossel. I don't have any other questions.
Sir, you never received that pending cardiology report?
Because of her insurance, there was a delay. But her insurance, the primary care physician has to refer, and we had issues with them referring. So they eventually turned it over to us, and then we were able to refer on to a cardiologist.
Did you ever receive that report back?
Not I'm aware of.
No further questions for this witness?
State. Just one. Throughout the whole pregnancy, I know you testified to the beginning, but was there any ever indications that Ms. Wise was using any drugs or anything like that?
Not I'm aware of, no.
No further questions, Ryan?
Any further recross?
No, you're not.
May Dr. Stossel be released from his subpoena at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection to releasing Dr. Stossel?
No objection.
Thank you, Doctor. You're released from your subpoena. You're free to leave or stay as you wish.
Thank you, appreciate it.
And the state's next witness or item of evidence.
Yes, sir. People say.
So what exactly
There.
is the baby stuff about? Am I missing something?
No, it's because it's a double murder case, Jamie. So he has to have killed the baby to get a murder case.
Well, but to tell us that she's pregnant and
No,
It's
to say
going along.
it's a viable fetus that was to make. Yeah, if you don't have that, it's not a double murder, because then they could claim, well, the baby wouldn't have survived, so it wasn't a murder.
well, I get that, but it seems more than that. But okay.
Sir, can you raise your right hand and face the court?
Do you swear or affirm that evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You can have it for that witness.
Afternoon.
No.
Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Kenneth Barron, last name Barron.
Okay. And Mr. Barron, do you know a individual by the name of Jose Soto-Escalera?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know him?
We used to work together.
Okay. How long have you known him?
Prior to working together, total probably like 10, 15 years.
Okay. And did you work with him at Waste Pro in August, in the summer of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. During your relationship, how would you refer to him as? Would you refer to him as an acquaintance, a friend, a really good friend? Where would he fall within that spectrum?
Probably in between an acquaintance and a friend, co-worker. You know, I did hang out with him a few times, you know, previous to Waste Pro.
Okay. Do you ever have any arguments with him or beefs with him or anything?
No.
Okay. Did you know the victim in this case, a woman by the name of Tania Wise?
No.
Had you ever met her before?
No.
Okay. Let me take you back to the summer of 2018.
She wasn't a high-risk pregnancy, I think. Didn't he say it was within normal? All of the.
That's what the point of all that was. That's why I was wondering with the high risk stuff. I thought.
Well, it's probably. Maybe that's
That's why
why
I
she was supposed to have the cesarean planned.
Yeah, I don't
Maybe. I don't know, Jamie. I just know.
know.
I want to know what he said to whom.
Did you have a conversation?
Oh, so she was high risk, but the baby was fine. That's why.
Yeah, that's what he kept saying. So that's why I was trying to gauge like why they were, what way they were going with all that.
Oh, it's because of her heart problems. She could potentially have had complications that blah blah blah, but she's still everything seemed normal.
Mhm.
Why are we objecting to all of this? Is it to say it's a hearsay and he can't talk about it?
Yeah, I think that's what she said.
Well, the ME said that she did have that elevated heart rate symptoms. So SVT, yeah, that's the one. Thank you, Major. Mhm. Bum, 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 bum. Well, apparently she's a private dancer, a dancer for money.
Pursuant to previous court ruling.
Okay, I'll start over. Let me take you back to the summer of 2018. Did you have a conversation with this defendant, Jose Soto-Escalera, about a gun, a firearm?
Yes.
Okay, tell the jury about that.
I completed my route and I was at the landfill dumping the truck. They have two different places you can dump the truck, on the hill or inside the building. So I was on the hill. He approached me on the hill and asked me about selling him a firearm.
Okay, and tell the jury about that. What specifically do you recall about that?
He asked me about selling him a firearm. I asked him, like, what kind of firearm are you talking about? Are you talking about a large gun, small gun? Like, what are we talking about? And he just said, oh, he just wants something, something small, something like kind of like off the record, not like selling him something I personally own. Like he wanted something like off the street, kind of sort of.
Okay.
Street.
So I asked him why, because I know he has firearms. How he got them, I have no idea, but I know he had some. So I asked him, like, I was under the impression that he could legally.
I'll sustain the objection. You need to ask a question, make sure the witness is answering the exact question that you're asking.
Sure. Go ahead. You said, let me take it back. So you said that he wanted a gun that I believe you phrased it as off the records or off the books. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. What did he specifically say to you? Did he say that he wanted a ghost gun?
Correct.
Is that how he phrased it?
That's how he phrased it.
Okay. Tell the jury specifically and exactly what he said.
He said, I'm looking for something like a ghost gun.
Okay. And what was your response to that?
I said, I don't have anything to do with it either.
I'll overrule the objection as far as what he said in response. You can answer the question enough. You answered it.
You can answer the question. I didn't quite hear what you said.
My response to what he said was, I don't have anything to do with that. Like, all of my firearms are legal.
Okay.
So I don't have anything illegal to sell. I don't know anyone that has anything illegal to sell. And I was trying to figure out, why are you asking me that? Because I was under the impression.
Hold on a second. Stick with the script, question and answer.
Yeah. Okay. So you didn't know why he asked you that. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So here's my question. This homicide occurred, Ms. Wise's body was found on August 24th of 2018.
Mm-hmm.
So as best you can estimate, when did this conversation occur with Jose Soto-Escalera regarding the ghost gun?
This was 2 to 3 weeks, 2 to 4 weeks tops. It was recent.
Okay. So 2 to 4 weeks prior to the homicide, the
Correct.
defendant is asking you if you can obtain a ghost gun.
Correct.
Okay. And why did he approach you? Are you a gun guy?
Yes.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Jury should disregard the answer.
Okay. So he approached you and that happened. So let me ask you this. What did you do for Waste Pro?
I was a route driver.
Okay. And are you familiar with the route? First of all, are you familiar with your own routes? I would imagine you are.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And are you also familiar with the routes of the trash routes of the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. This victim was found on Johnston and Russo's Road, near the intersection of Johnston and Russo's Road. Are you familiar with that area?
Yes.
Okay. Did the
Both the defendant is driving a dump truck. Why didn't he just take and put the body in the dump truck and take it to the landfill? They would never find her in the landfill.
Well,
Why did he dump her on the side of a road?
if that's what he did, I don't know.
Well, he dumped her on the side of the road. She was found on the side of the road.
I know, but you're saying him as in he did it and he should have put it in the truck, but I don't know.
Well,
I don't know
I
what
think that's a
happened.
pretty good chance so far that most people think he did it. But could it be because that guy who was driving home from the pizzeria saw him and he had to go? But still, wouldn't you, if you are a garbage collector, why the hell wouldn't you put her in your garbage truck on your route the next day, stash her somewhere, and then put her in a landfill? That would be the easy way,
You think?
because that's all tracked now. But still, if no one knows she's missing for 2-3 days, they're not going to find her in a landfill.
Well,
Especially-
I mean, if
She's
he's-
banging some other dude.
yeah, but if he's a trash guy, then wouldn't that?
She's
be
banging
kind of-
some other dude. Jamie, how many cases have we watched? Who is the first one they point to? Current boyfriend, girlfriend. Before she's found, if she's ever found, she would have been decomposed severely. So, smartest, dumbest criminals. Smartest, dumbest criminals.
You're giving him way too much credit, guys.
Yeah, well, it's also obvious him when she's on the side of the road. I don't know. Yeah, but why would you dump it on the side of the road then, and then someone else sees you leave the place? Oh, Jamie, I've been away from trials for too long. I'm trying to use that thing called logic and try and say, oh, this guy should just do this, because I'm so stupid that I don't realize that they probably don't think that far.
defendant have a trash route along that area?
Yes.
On Russo's Road?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further
Oh, yeah. Good point, Teresa. Because you said either you dumped it outside or in the
Sure, I
building.
think you said that you knew my client for a long time before you started working at the waste road together, is that right?
Correct.
And you knew his wife, Deb Soto-Escalera?
Yes, but
Gonna
I
blame
didn't know
her?
her a long time though.
Okay, but you knew her,
I know her, yes.
right? Because Deb also worked at Waste Pro, right?
Correct.
Okay, she was a route supervisor?
Correct.
Okay, so that means she was over the people who drive the routes, is that right?
Yes.
Did my client have a person who rode in the truck with him?
Yes.
Who was that?
I don't know.
Was it his brother Eric or his nephew Eric Alvarado?
That's what I was been told, but I don't know that, for sure. I don't know the guy.
Oh,
Okay, understood. You said when the state was talking to you that my client asked you for a gun, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, but what he told you was that it wasn't for him, correct?
After I questioned him about that, yes.
Okay, so he said it wasn't for him and he told you that it was for his nephew, correct?
Nephew, cousin, something of that nature.
And you were ultimately fired from Waste Pro, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you believe that Deb had something to do with you being fired from Waste Pro, correct?
Not necessarily, no.
You didn't tell law enforcement that you believed Deb had something to do with you being fired?
A little bit, but not like it was all up to her, no.
Understood. No further questions, Judge.
Any further questions? from the-
No further questions.
May Mr. Barron be released from
Oh, no.
I think
subpoena?
Deb is a
May I
bitch.
be Releasing Mr. Barron from subpoena?
That bitch,
Thank you,
Deb.
Mr. Barron, you're released from your subpoena.
It's
You can
always
stay or
Deb.
leave as you wish. And the state's next witness or item of evidence.
State would call Jemima Hiller.
Jemima? They're going to call Jemima? That's not going to end well. So the defense so far has been she a hoe. I can't even remember what they asked the ME about. That was ridiculous. And Deb a hoe. So the defense so far is women be hoes.
I mean, some are.
No, we're building to it. This is why we have had all the. Well, I saw this truck here, and this guy who just testified said, "Yeah, he was asking for a pew pew 4 weeks before." Oh, that was loud. But did we skip something? Yeah, we skipped a lot of nothing. No, we didn't skip anything. I think now they're gonna go in and try and prove
Raise your right hand and face the clerk.
he's the guy.
You swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth,
Yeah,
and
I
nothing
need
but the
some
truth?
more
Yes, I do.
Is she pregnant?
hard evidence.
She looks
Looks
too
like
old to
it.
be pregnant.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you could state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Janine Hiller, and my last name is spelled Hiller.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a crime scene investigator and latent print examiner.
All right, and in order to be, I guess, what agency do you work for?
I work for the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office.
All right, in order to be qualified for that position, you have to have any special training or education.
Yes.
What is it?
So I have an Associate's of Arts degree from Indian River State College. And through my almost 12, almost 13 years as a crime scene investigator with the Sheriff's Office, I have had numerous hours of training, specifically latent print training. I've had over 300 hours in friction ridge examination and forensic training in various forensic disciplines, over 700 hours. I'm a certified senior crime scene analyst through the International Association for Identification and a certified latent print examiner, also through the Association for Identification.
All right, were you working in that capacity back on August 24th, 2018?
Yes, I was.
And were you called out or responded to an area of Johnson Road and Russos Road out in St. Lucie County?
Yes.
Before I get into specifics or showing photographs, how would you describe that part of the county?
It is a very rural area. There's not a lot of housing in that direct vicinity.
And that would be north of Indrio Road,
To the north of Indro, yes.
close to almost the county line with Indian River County.
Yes.
As the crime scene investigator, what is your job when you get out to a crime scene?
As a crime scene investigator, when I respond to crime scenes, my primary role is to document the crime scene.
I think that's where the defense is kind of going. She a hoe, Deb a hoe. He's not guilty because he was surrounded by hoes. I don't know if it's a good defense. Jamie says it works for her, but I don't think it's a valid argument just because he's surrounded by women of loose moral and yelling at him a lot that he can unalive people, because then I would have a free pass to do that a lot.
No, they haven't showed me any evidence that he actually did anything yet.
No, we haven't really gotten into, we are just arriving at the crime scene now. Maybe she has something.
Yeah, maybe.
Analyze anything that might be in the crime scene, determine if it has any evidentiary value, collect and preserve that evidence.
And do you guys document the scene as it exists when you first arrive?
Yes.
How do you go about doing that?
Taking photographs.
Okay, now in this particular case, did you end up taking photographs?
Yes, I did.
Did you end up collecting evidence
Yes, I did.
and also swabbing evidence?
Yes.
At this time, I have a package that's been previously marked for identification, States Exhibits 40 through 102. If you could go through this and just let me know if you recognize these photographs.
So far, it seems to be where they're going. Well, I don't judge you, but then some unaliving must take place. It's just what happens. Are we going to see anything from the crime scene? Yes, we arrived at Luis Guzman this morning as well. But he actually looks like a younger version of Luis Guzman because he looks a little haggard. Show us some pictures of what we found at the scene. Show us some pictures. Not just look at it. Show us some pictures to put on the screen so we can follow along.
I thought you were gonna say pigeon.
Jamie, you and your weird pigeon addiction. Did you see what Panella gave me the other day?
No. Cheesecakes? Oh.
Yes, I recognize all the photographs in States Exhibit 4D through 102.
And of
How
course,
how do you recognize them?
I took those photographs.
These are the photographs of the scene as you saw it back on in August of 2018.
Yes,
Fair and accurate representation of the scene.
yes.
Defense statement of evidence 40 through 102.
No objection, Judge.
Those items will be admitted without objection.
So I'm going to publish those photos that you just went through, and I'm going to ask you to go through these with me. All right, for the record, we have States Exhibit 40. What are we looking at here, Ms. Hiller?
This is an aerial photograph of the area of Johnston Road and Russo Road intersection that I took from a helicopter.
All right, and which out of the two roads we have, call it horizontal and one is vertical, which road is which?
The road that's vertical,
Oh,
that's going
pictures.
off into the distance, is Johnston Road that's going towards the south. And then the
I heard that's Jamie's favorite road, Johnson Road, because it's big
Shut.
and long.
You're terrible.
road that's going towards the side of the screen is Russo's Road, and it's going towards the east.
So this road here that I'm pointing at,
Yes.
to the east. Going to bring up now States Exhibit 41. What are we looking at here?
This is the same intersection. Now we're looking towards the north. So that road that's going off towards the right side of the screen is the Russo's Road towards the east. And the one that's short vertically is Johnston Road towards the north.
States Exhibit 42.
This is an image depicting the intersection showing that it's Johnston Road and Russo Road.
States Exhibit 43.
This image is depicting Russo's Road looking towards the west, and beyond that tent area that you see is the intersection that was in the States Exhibit 42, the intersection of Russo's and Johnston Road.
So the stop sign way in the distance, that's going to be Johnston Road out there.
Yes.
And now we have States Exhibit 44.
This would be on Russo's Road looking towards the east.
States Exhibit 45.
This is on Russo's Road looking towards the southern side of the road.
States Exhibit 46.
This is also on Russo's Road pointing towards the east where we started
Thank
to see
you.
some portions of the victim.
All right. And so are you able to see where the victim is located in this photograph?
Yes.
Where is that?
The victim is located on the southern side of the road. So that would be the right area of the road in the grassy area. And there's a blue area that's within the green grass. That is the start of the victim.
And what you're referring to is right here in this photograph?
Yes.
States Exhibit 47. What are you documenting in this photograph?
This is just some of the overall pictures that we tend to take whenever we are documenting a crime scene. This is the victim still looking towards the east. You can see her head is to the east, her feet are to the west, and that's on that southern side of Russo's Road.
Now we have States Exhibit 48. What do we have here?
This is a photograph depicting the victim on the southern side of the road. I am now in a different position. I'm standing on the road looking towards the south, taking like just an overall picture to document this.
I don't know if that's okay.
States Exhibit 49. Same question.
There's no.
This would be
There's no-
from the east
no
looking
blood.
towards the west, showing the overall condition of the scene. You can see the victim still there in the kind of in the center of the picture. And this is looking towards the west.
And we have now States Exhibit 50.
This is just a closer up photograph of the victim prior to us moving her or doing any examination.
And then we have States Exhibit 52. What are you trying to show with this photograph?
This is just the overall condition of how we find the victim and how she is looked in the conditions that she was found in.
Did you notice anything in her hands when you examined the victim at the scene?
Well, initially we were only able to see her left hand, which was clenched in a fist. You can kind of see there, and it appears to be grasping something, but we don't know exactly what's in the hand.
I think we're at states 52. What are you trying to show with this photograph?
Again, we weren't able to move the victim just
Oh.
yet. So this photograph is just depicting what we can see without moving her. We can start to see from this image that there's some form of injury on her neck.
Oh, yikes.
We can see some
Yeah.
blood and a little bit of.
I'm going to take that
injury
off.
there.
And what we have now is States Exhibit 53. How do you guys go about moving a victim at the scene, and I guess what's that process?
I mean, every scene is different. For this particular scene,
We don't
once
know
the
that.
medical
No
examiner
DNA so
investigator
far.
arrives on scene, we put a bag, it's a body bag, so that white material that is underneath her up next to her, so that we could roll her directly into that body bag and contain any possible evidence that might be on her backside. And she's just placed there for us to begin our initial examination.
Were there any immediately obvious injuries once you were able to move the victim?
Yes. So in this image, it's depicting the victim. This is exactly how she looked once we rolled her from that ditch area onto her back and into the body bag. You can see there's an injury to the right side of her neck.
And then we have States Exhibit 54. What are we looking at in this exhibit?
This is a photograph of her right hand, which was underneath her body when we initially arrived. So just documenting the condition of her hand, and
That's okay.
it's also closed into a fist and appears to be grasping something, and the hair tie that's on her wrist.
And we now have States Exhibit 55.
This is more just documentation of the condition that she's in once we take her from the way that we found her, and documenting anything that we see.
States Exhibit 56. What was the purpose of this photograph?
Again, we're just documenting the hands, the conditions of the hands. She's got her left hand now also is grasping, appears to be grasped. We don't know if there's anything else in there, but it is clenched into a fist grabbing that grasp.
States Exhibit 57.
This is kind of showing a position where we can start to see another injury on the left side of her neck, kind of around her collarbone.
States Exhibit 58.
And this is just moving in closer to depict that image, or that this image depicts that injury that we can start to see on the left side of her neck.
And then we have States Exhibit 59. What are we looking at in this photograph?
So in the center of this photograph, there is material that we believed
I mean, we're going to ask more questions.
We have it in Denmark.
You're withdrawing the question.
I hate them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you suck out.
In your work as
the
a crime scene analyst, have you ever had the opportunity to come across vomit?
Yes, I come across all kinds of bodily fluids, to include vomit, feces, urine, blood, saliva, and semen.
Based on your experience and what you've worked with in the past, was there anything significant that you saw in this photograph that you felt you needed to make sure you documented?
While on scene, we observed the material that was in this hole where the victim's face was laying was consistent with bodily fluid that's consistent with vomit. So we documented that along with the blood that was there.
And this area that's in the center of the photograph where you can see a reddish color, where was the victim's head in reference to this?
Directly inside that little concave hole that's holding all of that material, that liquid, and the white liquid and the red liquid.
And what was the condition of the victim's clothes when you took her out of the soil on the side of the road?
That's fine.
A majority of her clothing was wet. In some of the photographs, I don't know.
Most likely not, because it's very amateur hour what he's doing.
If you were able to notice, but
I've seen worse. I have seen where I think it was Court TV as well, where we actually saw internal organs doing an autopsy.
Yeah.
I pulled that off. That was a little nasty, but I had it on my side screen. But yeah, sometimes they will show you all the gory pictures.
like the middle portion of her pants were pure dry, but then there was areas where you could see that they were wet. the front side of her was wet. Her hair was wet and matted. And then
I don't know.
her clothing was, especially her top was very wet. And then her face and hair were wet.
What was the condition of
Would you
the
say she was
ground where
moist?
she was found?
So she was kind of in a swale or ditch, so it was also wet. You can see the glimmer of some of the water just below that little hole where you see the white material and the red material. So you can kind of see the glimmer of the water that's there.
So now I want to go with State's Exhibit 60. Looks like we're now starting to see some markers in these photographs. What are these markers?
The cones that you see depicted in this photograph are cones that we place to identify any kind of specific evidence that we wanted to document because we don't know when we're there.
For those of you who watched the Can Reed trial and haven't watched other trials, this is called an evidence marker. You can see this one has an A on it. They will then say, okay, at an A, we found a tire track. We have photos and everything related to that tire track will be named A. Up here you have B. They will tell you what it is. And then I know Canton doesn't do fancy high-tech stuff like they do. This has only been the way you do it forever, but Canton don't do that.
You know what's important and what's not. So we place markers for evidence.
She was in a ditch in Florida. I think, isn't that a given that they will be wet?
That we
Yeah,
can
'cause it's a
document
drain
and possibly
ditch.
collect.
All right, for cone A in this photograph on State's Exhibit 60, or let me go actually to State's Exhibit 61. What was of significance that you observed for State's, for marker A?
This image is depicting tire impressions that we observed on the ground from the road, which is the left side, onto the grass. So that would be the grass is on the southern side of the Russos Road, and like this image would be towards the east.
And then I'll go with State's Exhibit
Who's copying
62.
directly into the mic?
What is this?
This image is depicting a close-up photograph of those tire impressions that you observed with the photo marker A.
And State 63.
Also depicting that same tire marks with the photo marker A.
All right, now I'm going to move to State's Exhibit 64, and then I'll go up to State's Exhibit 65. What are you documenting in State 65?
This area is again on the southern side of Russos Road, kind of looking towards the southeast. And here is documenting a flashlight and some hair that is hanging from the tree and also on the ground. So the first cone, the one that's closest, I think it's B. That is the flashlight, and the cone further away, more in the ditch, is C, and it's marking hair.
And would this be State 66, a close-up of B?
Yes.
And then we have State 67. It looks like now we've moved on to cone D.
So this is kind of a little bit to the east of that area.
She is believed to have been knocked unconscious there and then had her throat sliced at this place. So most likely isn't a head trauma one of those where you'll clench your fists.
Or you might throw up.
Yeah, and there was vomit and her fist were clenched. So I'm thinking she got a severe trauma instantly, and it's just automatic reactions that she clenched her fists and ripped the grass out, and then he cut her neck.
Where you saw B and C on Russos Road, again looking to the east, cone D is marking that mark that's in the ground there right in front of it.
And what I'll do is I'll pull up State's Exhibit 68. What are we looking at in state 68?
Just disturbance in the gravel and the divot that's different than everything else around it.
I'm gonna go to states 69. Are we just showing more markers?
Yes.
States exhibit 70. Is this the same thing?
Yes, so this is looking towards the east, kind of marking everything that we're finding directly around the victim, who's in the center of the screen at the top.
All right, we're at states exhibit 71. Which marker are we looking at now?
This marker is photo marker number or letter F, and it's the start of a tire impression that was observed in the grass that goes from the grass area into the dirt on the road into Russo's Road.
Go to, so we're now looking at marker G on state 71.
So F, G, and H, which we have in a
The defense is the victim was a hoe and his wife was, I don't know, firing people. I don't know what. We haven't figured out the defense yet. We will have a quiz later to try and figure it out. And someone says he was lazy, didn't even bother to go into the bushes. That was Danny T. But there was also that guy who drove by, and this looked like a very deserted area. And this guy drove past because when he said he was at the side of the road, I thought it was just some road. But this looked like a very deserted area. So he probably saw the headlights, jumped into the car, and had to get out of there. I think that's maybe that's why there's that tire track as well. If he went a little fast.
line, you don't have F in this particular image, but is marking that brown area that looks like a tire was driving there.
And are you referring to, I guess, the furthest one is the left, the brown area that's between those two things?
Yes.
I think we were states 73.
This is just the same area documenting all the cones that are within the vicinity of the victim. We're marking the tire impression that's there between G and H, a cup, and some beer cans that were around the victim's body.
Go through states 74, and then I'll go to state 75, states 76. What are we looking at in 76?
This is a paper napkin that was on the ground just to the left of the victim's body, a little bit ahead of, to the east of her head.
As the crime scene investigator, when you arrive on the scene, do you know all the facts?
No,
Most of the time, do you not have very much information at all?
correct. I
Sorry?
don't have a lot of information ever.
So do you collect everything that you see?
Not necessarily everything, but we do a lot of documentation and collect a lot of material from most crime scenes.
So we'll go states exhibit 77, states exhibit 78, states exhibit 79, states exhibit 80, states exhibit 81, states exhibit 82, states exhibit 83. The photos that I just went through, what are you documenting in these?
Just all the photo markers and cones, with the exception of, I think it was 80, states exhibit 82 and 83. Everything was on the south side of the road, except for that. This Coke Zero bottle was on the northern edge of the road, but we just document all those cones and all those items so that we know what is there.
So now we're going to pull up states 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93. What are we looking at in this photograph? Cone U.
What?
Let me check my report.
What the hell?
That's just a disturbance in the grass area that was noted that it was knocked down and in the dirt. So it was photographed and documented.
I was confused too.
States exhibit 94, states exhibit 95,
State's Exhibit 96, what are we looking at in State's 96?
This
That's-
is a photograph depicting photo marker B,
Condom
V
wrapper.
as in Victor, and it's a condom wrapper that was located close to the intersection of Johnston and Russo.
Can you imagine all the stuff they have documented on the side of the road? Because there's probably so much trash out there.
You saw that stretch of road. That's probably where Johnny and Jamie. No, not Jamie. Jamie would never do that. Johnny and Jessica, when they are driving home to their partners at night, and well, we're just saving gas by driving together. They might do it there because it's an open stretch of road where there's you can do it and see if people come by. So I think that's the Fox spot.
Yeah, well,
State's Exhibit W, or State's Exhibit 97, photo marker W, what are we looking at here?
This image depicts photo marker W, also very close to the intersection of Johnston and Russo, and it's a T-shirt that was located on the side of the road.
All right, then we have.
Yes,
thought it was
this is
Tidy
most
Whitey's.
likely-
State's Exhibit 99, is this the same shirt?
Yes.
And then we
Oh,
have
it's a
State's
shirt.
Exhibit-
I thought it was
Yeah, it's a
pair of
shirt.
granny panties.
That's what I thought too. I thought it was a big
Because
old
we-
pair of tidy whities.
Yeah, we've been talking so much about periods, and yeah, that's what we do on Discord in our mod group. Talk about
Oh my
periods and tampons. I thought it was someone who had a little bit of a heavy flow and thought, well, F it, I'm throwing these out.
He's out the window.
Well,
Oh Lord.
it's just a t-shirt.
No.
Hey, Sean Life.
100, State's Exhibit 101, then State's Exhibit 102. What are we looking at in 102?
This is the area to the west. So standing on Russo's Road, looking towards the west, the intersection of Johnston and Russo, showing the conditions of the weather and the intersection and everything that we see. You can start to see this is more towards the afternoon because there's some storm clouds there in the sky.
Could be a big boy
now
who
I
had.
wanna talk a little bit-
Maybe it was from the Corey Ritzen's trial.
Oh
Just
yeah,
had some-
you know.
He was driving and he had some Taco Bell the day before, and he just fuck it.
He had to rip his sleeves off. Once again, he's missing the socks.
Yeah, well, he had Taco Bell, so he had to go a few times. So he had ripped his sleeves off, no socks, and now it's just fuck it, it's the undies.
I'm just gonna use my underwear. Oh Lord.
Yeah, condom wrappers and a Johnson. Ew. Is it? We haven't heard anything about DNA so far.
Yeah.
And all we were talking about was because Twisted Tragedies claimed that Aiden made her unable to buy tampons. I don't think Jamie was with us the entire time, and
No.
then she had to get caught up, and that was a little.
I just said, what's happening in here?
Mod chat gets a little weird sometimes because me and Marissa will chat at 3 a.m. American time because she's up at all hours, and then Jamie comes in 2 days later and says, "Okay."
What about
Okay.
physical evidence that you collect? When you collect physical evidence at a crime scene, what are the other tests that a crime scene investigator can do to those items? Or at least prepare for them to be tested by someone else?
You're asking what will I do with them once I take them from the crime scene?
Yes.
So once we collect evidence as crime scene investigators, we can take them back to our lab and we can examine them for biological fluids, which would include the blood, saliva, semen, and urine. Anything that might help us with our investigation. We can process it for latent fingerprints. We can collect DNA swabs from it. We can take clippings from it. We can do all kinds of things depending on what the item is.
And are you able to do fingerprint examination?
Yes, I am.
Did you examine items for fingerprints in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you also swab items for DNA in this case?
Yes, I did.
This time I want to show you what's the mark for identification, State's Exhibit 7. Tom, do you recognize this item?
That's so nasty. I couldn't get my. If you had an accident and you needed to use it, because of course it could, no toilet paper, and you're just fuck it. I would throw it out. I would never return anything. But well, I do wipe my butt when I showered because I have to dry it,
Wait.
but I would never use it as TP. That's so disgusting. I can't stand people who treats a communal shower like oh, I don't give a shit. Um, I
Literally.
I used to, or a bit before the gym moved to where it is now. Someone took a dump in our shower. That's why. How sick in the head are you if you think, yeah, I'm just gonna let one roll?
Yeah, they'll
Ugh.
clean it up. It's fine.
Yes, I recognize State's Exhibit 7 as I have labeled it in my handwriting. DNA swabs, top portion of flashlight, PMB.
All right, so you testified earlier, there was a photo marker that there was a flashlight that was found in the grass.
Yes,
And did you swab that flashlight for DNA?
yes, I did.
Okay, is that what State's Exhibit 7 is?
Yes.
At this time, State would move State's
Yeah.
Exhibit 7 and evidence to 7.
It's a wrong statement.
Now, I want to ask you some items about, and before I ask you about, did you do fingerprint analysis? How is it that you're able to do fingerprint analysis?
As I said earlier, I'm trained as a latent print examiner. I am a certified latent print examiner through the International Association for Identification. To become a certified latent print examiner, you have to have education. Depending on your level of education, you have to have a certain number of years in the field. For my level of education, I had to have a minimum of 3 years of work experience as a latent print examiner. I have to go through 2 years of supervised casework while I'm in training or doing on-the-job training, in addition to all my classroom hours of training.
I probably shouldn't say stuff like that. We lost 15 people when I said it, and I don't think there was a lot of bong bong time going on out there. That'll be in the sauna.
And that, again, that was over 300 hours. And then once I meet all the qualifications for testing, I have to take a test. It's a 200 question test
I'll be right
that I
back.
have to get a 85% or better to pass the first portion of the test. And then I have to do a comparison portion of the test, which I have to get 100% and make 13 correct conclusions.
And have you testified in court as a fingerprint analyst before?
Yes.
So in this particular case, did you process 10 separate items that were found on the scene?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and would those include 5 Bud Light beer cans, 2 Budweiser beer cans, a Coke Zero bottle, and a plastic cup?
Yes.
Were you able to obtain anything of evidentiary value from any of those items?
No, I was not.
All right, and what does that mean?
It means that I just wasn't able to obtain fingerprints from those particular items. Latent fingerprints are an unintentional recording or recording of digital or friction-rich skin on your fingers and palms or on the soles of your feet. And those, fingerprints being left can be affected by the conditions of the item when you're touching it. It can be affected by the conditions where they are left.
You want to approach?
Yeah, because it was just a bunch of trash on the street. But that sucks. You got to pick all that up and test it. Yeah, you'll get used to his disgusting comments, guys. The
Certain,
OD.
I guess, conditions that can affect whether or not you get fingerprints off of a certain item?
Yes.
Okay, and can that be the condition of where the item's left?
Yes.
For example, if it's left outside,
Yes.
in the rain or exposed to the elements?
Outstanding judgment for the last formal question.
Can the elements or the weather have anything to do with the condition of a fingerprint?
Yes. Fingerprints are mostly water, 98 to 99% water. So they are subjective to the conditions that they are in.
So from the items that you found, you didn't get any fingerprints.
Yes.
Now I want to ask you, did you also attend the autopsy on August 25th of 2018 of Ms. Wise in this case?
Yes.
And was that autopsy performed by Dr. Linda O'Neill?
Yes, it was.
As the crime scene investigator, what is your role at the autopsy?
At the autopsy, my role was to document, again, take photographs, document and collect and preserve any evidence that we had found or collected during the autopsy.
And did you collect evidence at this autopsy?
Yes.
At this time, what I'd like to show you has been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 9. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 9?
Yes, I recognize State's Exhibit 9, labeled as DNA Baby Boy Wise, and it's labeled in my handwriting.
All right, how do you go about, I guess, collecting a particular item of evidence in general?
It varies from item to item and what we're collecting and what we're doing. For this particular one, this is a blood standard, so the blood is taken from the person and placed on a card with 4 little circles of the blood.
All right, and this is the blood, in this exhibit, this is the blood from baby boy Josiah Wise from the autopsy.
Yes.
This time, instead of moving evidence, which is marked for identification, State's Exhibit 9, and evidence is 9.
No objection.
And will come into evidence without objection.
What I'd like to show you is, did you also take swabs related to the victim's body during the autopsy?
Yes, I did.
What I'd like to provide you with the State's Exhibits 10 through 20. If you could go through 10 through 20 and just let me know if you recognize these.
Anime is having a Monday at work, so he's working. And update on the Brian Walsh case. I just checked while I was doing a toilet, and nothing happened. Nothing happened again. They're still trying to figure out what they can share and what they can't share. So a whole nother big of nothing like the last 2 hearings. I was taking a pee.
You were taking a toilet.
It's from Borod. He asked if he can do a toilet.
Do a toilet. I like that from now on.
Yes, I recognize all of these items.
All right, now I'd also like to show you with the marked identification of State's Exhibits 21 through 25. Same questions.
Número 1. No. You are horrible, degenerate peoples. That's why I try to make friends with Twisted Tragedies. He's a good person. This is a family show, but Chad turns it into I don't know what.
Yes, I recognize State Exhibits 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25.
All right, so on August 25th of 2018, you attended the autopsy of the victim, Tania and Josiah, correct?
Yes.
And was a sexual assault kit performed on the victim, Tania, at that time?
Yes.
And does that include taking vaginal swabs, rectal swabs, and oral swabs?
Yes.
And is there also done swabs of the victims, both hands, upper fingernails, and then also hairs pulled?
Both hands, some of the fingernails, pulled head hairs are part of the sexual assault kit, and then What was the other thing you said?
Was there also hairs that were observed and taken and placed into evidence?
Yes.
Okay, so as far as states exhibits 10 through 25, are those the hairs and the swab that you just described?
Yes.
Okay, and you package each one of these items.
With the exceptions of the ones that are in these envelopes, these are part of the sexual assault kit envelopes, which are, I did collect these from the medical examiner's office, but I didn't personally put them in there.
But you were present during the autopsy, you collected them, that's what's in this bag.
Yes.
At this time, the state will move into evidence which will mark for identification of states exhibits 10 through 25.
No objection.
Those items will come into evidence without objection.
Did you also conduct, or were you also present when a search warrant was conducted at 2613 Cactus Circle on August 31st?
August 31st?
Or were you present for a search warrant at 2613 Cactus Circle?
Yes.
What was your involvement for that?
I was there to document, much of my job is documenting, taking photographs. So again, that's what I was there for, to take pictures and assist with collection of evidence if any was located.
All right, and did
Well, it is
you collect
important
any
part.
evidence during the execution of that search warrant?
Yes.
What did you collect?
Some clothing, some vacuum filters, dryer filters. That's all I can think of at the moment.
And I'd like to show you with the marked for identification of states exhibit 26 and 27. Do you recognize those items?
Okay, come on. Cut it out.
Yes, I recognize 26 and 27.
How do you recognize those items?
I recognize them as my handwriting. States Exhibit 26 is hair from inside the back of
Oh.
blue underwear from Cactus Circle. These were not collected as part of the search warrant, but on a few days after the search warrant, when I was actually examining the clothing that was collected from that search warrant.
So you were present at the search warrant. There was clothing items collected, and these were hairs that you pulled off then from that clothing.
Correct. And then States Exhibit 27, in my handwriting, that's here, and my initials on the tape, that's here, as hairs from the back of gray blue underwear from Cactus.
This time the state would move to mark for identification is 27, 26 and 27, and evidence is 26 and 27.
No objection.
Those items will come into evidence without objection.
Did you take any DNA standards at the state?
Yes, I did.
Did you take the DNA standard of one person by the name of Eric Alvarado?
Yes, I did.
This time I'd like to show you with the marked for identification as States Exhibit 8. And if you could let me know if you recognize States Exhibit 8.
Yes, I understand. I recognize States Exhibit 8 as DNA standard buccal swabs of Eric Alvarado. It is in my handwriting, date and time of collection, and my tape of signature.
I don't think. Can you tell the jury how do you take a buccal swab?
A buccal swab means to take something from the mouth. So we take cotton Q-tips for the simplest form, stick them in the mouth, rub them around, collect saliva and skin cells from the inside cheek, and then place them into a container to protect them.
Is that what you did with that?
Yes.
Is that taken of Eric Alvarado?
Yes, it was.
Okay, this time, stay moving evidence is marked for identification is 8 and evidence is 8.
No objection.
That item will come into evidence without objection.
Were you also involved in a search warrant of a Dodge Ram on September 24th of 2018?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and did you, perform that search warrant by yourself or with someone else?
With other people.
Who else were you with?
Donna Carmichael and Detective Jason Cannon.
If you could just describe for the jury, what is the process that a crime scene investigator goes through when searching something like a vehicle?
Our process is always take photographs. We document everything that we do prior to us touching it as we move along. So with something like a vehicle, we'll take photographs of the exterior of the vehicle from the front, the side, the back, the passenger side, just to document how we find it. And then we'll go to the inside of the vehicle and do those same kind of photographs, take photographs on the inside driver, the rear driver, the rear passenger, and then again on the front passenger, just to document the condition of the vehicle that's on the inside.
And are there ever an occasion as a crime scene investigator where you use something that is referred to as Blue Star?
Yes.
What is that?
Blue Star is blood. It's a blood reagent that is used to help us find or visualize latent blood, meaning hidden, we can't see it.
Under what circumstances do you use Blue Star?
Anytime that we would have a suspicion that we might be looking for blood or want to try to find possible blood.
Did you end up using Blue Star in this particular case?
Yes, we did.
And how do you, I guess, explain for the jury, what's the process? How do you use it? How do you get it onto a surface?
How do I use it, and what was the last part of the
How do you
question?
get it onto a surface? Like, how does it work?
So the chemical is mixed the day that we decide that, that we're going to use it, on whatever it may be. We can use it on a variety of things. The chemical is mixed in a spray bottle, so we can spray that chemical onto the object that we're looking for latent blood. We have to work in the dark because this particular chemical creates a chemiluminescence reaction. So we have to work in a dark area. And if we find possible blood, we'll get a reaction that emits light for us to see and visualize, and it's going to be like a blue chemiluminescence or luminescence that we will see. So we'll set up our area. We're in a place where we can control the lighting. We have a camera set up ready to take photographs for whatever we may see or not see.
All right. And did you do that for the Dodge truck in this particular case?
Yes.
Did you also collect items of evidence, I guess, straight up? If you use Blue Star and you see a section that's lit up, what else do you do? What's the next step?
We take photographs of the area that we see, like as we are applying it. And then if we find an area of reaction where we get that chemiluminescence reaction, then we will remove that section or swab that section, cut the section, collect the whole thing if we can. Depends on what the object is.
And what's the purpose of doing that? Why do you take it or why do you swab it?
So that we can send it for testing to see if there's any possible DNA and get confirmation whether there is blood and if it's human or not.
For the search warrant of the truck on September 24th, did you document that with photographs?
I don't know what Fedorowski is
This time
on
I can
about.
show you what's been marked for identification. It states exhibits 103 to 115. If you could look through those and tell me.
Sometimes chat is just having its own life, and you're sitting here thinking, okay,
What is camphor oil?
camphor. It's
Camphor oil.
normally you would put it under your nose if you are
Yes, I
doing
recognize the
autopsies
photographs,
and
states exhibit
to take the
103 to
smell from
115.
dead bodies, or
That photograph that you took during the
if
search
you
warrant?
need some
Yes.
And then does it also show the documentation?
clearing
you
of
used
your
in Blue Star defense
airwaves.
vehicle?
Yeah, it's
On
kind
the
of like
Dodge Ram,
On the
Vicks.
Dodge Ram?
Oh,
If they moved that, marked for identification.
fancy version of Vicks.
States exhibits.
It's just
103 to
generic.
115.
No objection.
Those items will come into evidence without objection.
Mm.
All right, for the record,
Mm.
we have what's been entered into evidence now as States Exhibit 103. What are we looking at?
This is a photograph of that Dodge Ram in our evidence bay where we conducted all of the documentation and the application of the Blue Star. This is a front photo of that Dodge Ram and just kind of depicting how I'm finding it on that date. So I simultaneously will work around the vehicle, showing the front, the sides, the rear the best I can, and then the other side.
All right, and before I go through all the photographs, I want to talk a little bit about, I guess, where are we in the photograph? Where is this photo taken at?
This photograph is taken at the St. Lucie County Sheriff's in the crime scene processing bay. It's a secure bay that we have access to in our evidence custodians.
All right, now in this particular search of this car, did you collect items of evidence?
Yes, I did.
What I'd like to do is show you.
Every time I go big screen so you can see it. No. Go
First, I'll
right
show you
back.
what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 29. Do you recognize States Exhibit 29?
Yes,
How is it that you recognize it?
I recognize it as it's labeled section of carpet from driver's side in my handwriting. And again, with my initials on the tape here.
Same question as the States Exhibit 28. Do you recognize 28?
Yes.
How is it that you recognize 28?
This is a section, or this is a set of DNA swabs collected from behind the driver door handle, and it has my initials on the tape here and here.
All right, so when you did a search warrant of this car, did you swab multiple parts of the vehicle to see if you could get any DNA to send out for DNA analysis?
That was done post application of Blue Star based on where we had reactions.
All right, so items that you pulled during the execution of this search warrant were based on what you saw from the Blue Star?
That is correct.
So for State's Exhibit 29, why did you take this section of carpet from the driver's side?
Because we had a reaction in that area in the carpet, so we collected the whole area to be sent out for possible testing.
And I'd like to now show you also what's been marked for identification, State's Exhibits 30 and 31.
I recognize State's Exhibit 30 as being the driver's side seat cover from Dodge truck. I recognize it as my handwriting. My initials are here on the tape. And then State's Exhibit number 31 as my handwriting labeled as driver's side visor. And my initials here on the tape.
And the same question for State's Exhibit, previously marked for identification, was 32.
Yes, I recognize this, the State's Exhibit 32 as labeled in my handwriting section of front driver's seatbelt.
And we're caught up.
And my initials here on the tape.
All right, so for those items, the seatbelt, the sun visor, why did you take those items from the truck?
Again, these were collected post application of the Blue Star. Anywhere that we observed a reaction with the Blue Star was collected or swabbed.
So at this time, the state would move into evidence was marked for identification of State's Exhibits 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32.
Any objection?
No objection.
Those items will come into evidence without objection.
No, seat covers and the sun visors.
And then what I'd like to show you again is State's Exhibits 155, 156, 157, and 158. Do you recognize those items?
Well, at least she's
I
thorough.
recognize State's Exhibit 155 as it is labeled swabbing from tarp of armrest, and my initials are here. State's Exhibit 156. I recognize as it is labeled driver's door armrest at pull bar, and my initials here.
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 157. Labeled as driver's door panel top edge of storage area, and then my initials here on the tape.
I don't mind that she's thorough and all of it. It just takes so long and it's so boring because it's the same. Recognize this? Yes. Why? Because this stuff like this. Can't you just agree to stipulate to it?
Yeah.
In State's Exhibit 158. DNA swabs from the seatbelt buckle, date and time of collection, and then my initials here on the tape.
Cool.
All right, and are these items that were also taken during the search warrant of the vehicle?
Yes.
And these were swabs that were done by you?
Yes.
At this time, the state would move in evidence with marked for identification of State's Exhibits 157, 158, 156, and 155.
Any objection?
No objection.
Those items will come into evidence without objection.
So let's go back to the photographs that you took. So State's Exhibit 103 for the record, you've testified this is the truck that is the subject of the search warrant.
Let's
Yes.
get to it.
Okay, and then we have 104. What are we looking at?
These are the photographs of me just working around the Dodge Ram truck. So this is the driver's side vehicle from me standing at the rear.
All right, now we have State's Exhibit 105,
This is the rear of that same Dodge Ram truck,
State's 106,
the passenger side of the Dodge Ram truck,
State's Exhibit 107,
the front passenger hood area of the Dodge Ram truck.
State's 108.
This is a photograph depicting the interior driver's side area of the Dodge Ram truck.
All right. State's 109.
This is a photograph depicting the inside, the same inside driver area of that Dodge Ram truck. If you would like, I can get up and
If you could.
this is after the application of the Blue Star. And then here we see the chemiluminescence blue color that you see there is that reaction to the
Yeah,
Blue
let's
Star.
see that guy instead of see what
What I'd
she's
like to show
doing.
you, if you want to just stay here for one moment.
Okay.
So we have State's Exhibit 111.
Oh, pictures.
This is State's Exhibit 111 now that we're looking at. What do you see of significance? And I guess who is the person that's in that photograph and what are they holding in their hands?
This image is depicting again that driver's side area of that Dodge Ram. This person here is the crime scene supervisor, Donna Carmichael, and she is holding the bottle of Blue Star that is being applied to the driver's seat of the vehicle. We're working inside quarters there. Here you see that chemiluminescence reaction happening on the driver's butt area and a little on the center console.
All right. What I want to do is I want to go back one picture to, I guess, 110. So previously you showed us in this photograph, there was an area where you saw the Blue Star illuminated. What do you do with that section? What is the next thing that you did?
For this type of material and this particular vehicle, we determined that it would be best to just remove that whole carpet area out of the vehicle and send that whole section to the lab for testing.
All right. Now if we go to the next two photographs, is this State's Exhibit 110? Has that piece of carpet then been removed?
Yes, so you can see the interior portion of the Dodge metal is exposed now, so we've removed this whole section.
And is that the same carpet that we just was admitted in evidence as State's Exhibit 29, the piece of carpet that you identified as getting from the search warrant?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 111, and now we go to State's Exhibit 112. What has happened now in this photograph?
Again, due to the material, we decided that we would just remove the whole seat cover, the bottom, and the backing to send to the crime lab for possible testing.
And so what we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 112 is that the driver's side seat cover that was taken that was previously entered as State's Exhibit 30.
Yes.
All right, and now we have State's Exhibit 113. What is the significance of this photograph?
This photograph is depicting the driver's side door at, during the application of the Blue Star. Here, Blue Star does react with the iron in the blood, so we will get a reaction on metal surfaces here. And then we have some chemiluminescence reaction happening here along the door, on the handle, behind the handle, and then down.
All right, so Blue Star does react with metal.
Yes.
So on metal surfaces, it lights up.
Yes.
But there's not metal surfaces on all portions in this picture.
Correct. In the areas that I just identified on the driver pull bar, on the armrest, in that storage cubby area, there's no metal.
State's Exhibit 114. What were you, I guess, attempting to show with this photograph?
This is during the application of the Blue Star on the driver's side headliner and sun visor area. So there's some chemiluminescence reaction happening here and then along on the visor.
All right, and previously entered into evidence, State's Exhibit 31, the sun visor from the Dodge Ram. Is that the sun visor that we've already put into evidence as State's 31?
Yes.
And now we are looking at
They really have the
State's
worst
Exhibit
angles.
115. What are we looking at here?
This
Yeah.
image is depicting, I'm actually in the truck, and this image is depicting the driver's side seatbelt. It's been pulled down to show the chemiluminescence reaction happening on the seatbelt here.
And in States 115, was that section of the seatbelt removed from the Dodge Ram?
Yes,
And is that the section of seatbelt that's previously been entered into evidence of State's Exhibit 32 that I just showed you?
yes.
Thank you, Ms. Hiller. If you want to go back to the witness stand. Alrighty. Did you return to that Dodge Ram again on January 8th for the purpose of collecting additional evidence in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what was that?
Tire impressions. So to collect known tire standards to send for comparison against the images that I had taken of photo marker A at the crime scene.
All right, and what process do you use in order to take samples from the Dodge Ram?
For this particular case, we did two process. We collected some ink standards of the tires and then some mat boards that the tires rolled over the mat board and depressed the tread into the board for the tire examiners to compare.
And would you do those for each tire?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to show you what's been marked for identification. I don't know if it's easier for you to stand up or however you want to do this. But we got State's Exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. If you want to look at those and tell me if you recognize these. If you want to pass them to me after you look at them, that's fine too. Here's one.
I don't remember that's an inked impression of. I recognize State's Exhibit 1 as a rear passenger ink impression from the Dodge truck. It's in my handwriting. State's Exhibit 2 as a rear driver ink impression from the Dodge truck. In my handwriting. State's Exhibit 3 as rear passenger known tire impression Dodge truck. Also in my handwriting. State's Exhibit 4 as the front passenger known tire impressions from Dodge truck. In my handwriting. My initials are on all the tape here. State's Exhibit number 5. Rear driver known exemplars. In my handwriting. And again, my initials on the tape. State's Exhibit number 6. Front driver tire exemplars from Dodge truck. That was a lot.
So State's Exhibits 1 through 6, are these the standards you took of that Dodge Ram truck that we previously just saw photographed?
Yes.
Okay, so what is inside of this brown envelope?
It's board. It's kind of in between like cardboard and foam, and you can, it will the weight of the truck will depress the tire tread marks into the board.
This time the state moving evidence was marked for identification, States 1 through 6. Good evidence is 1 through 6.
No objection.
Those items will come into evidence at this time without objection.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Hill.
Thank you.
Just briefly, Judge. Mandy said that the blue star reacts with hemoglobin or the iron in hemoglobin, right?
Yes.
Okay. And hemoglobin can be present in other substances in the body other than blood. Is that right?
Not to my knowledge.
For example, let me ask it in a more clear way. You can have blood in your vaginal fluid. Is that right?
Yes, you could.
Okay. Not just when you're menstruating, but say you are having sexual intercourse. It could cause you to have blood in your vaginal fluids.
Yes, you could have blood during intercourse.
Okay, and likewise, you can have blood, which contains hemoglobin, and then the iron in that hemoglobin in your saliva too, correct?
If you have a wound that is bleeding, yes.
Or periodontal disease,
There'd have to be blood.
right?
There'd have to be blood.
Or any type of gum injury.
Yes, any kind of injury.
Now, when you searched the truck on September 24th, 2018, I think you said that was pursuant to a search warrant at the Cactus Avenue residence?
The truck on September 24th,
Correct.
that was the search warrant just for the Dodge Ram at the sheriff's office.
Okay, I'm sorry, the truck was at the sheriff's office.
Correct.
Okay. When you did that on the 24th of September, where had the truck been prior to that search?
At the sheriff's office?
It had remained at the sheriff's office the whole time?
Yes.
Okay, from what date?
The truck was collected August 27th of 2018.
Okay, and remained at the sheriff's office, to your knowledge, until September?
Yes.
No further questions for this
You
witness?
need your from the state?
No, sir.
May Ms. Hiller be released from her subpoena at this time?
Subject to recall.
You may step down subject to recall from the attorneys.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the time for our mid-afternoon bathroom break. Let's take a 10-minute restroom break.
What?
I don't know why. you would
What's
do
the
that.
defense? that someone spat in the car after having bad teeth? What?
Well, where is? Okay. Are they trying to say he did something to her in the car?
Banging in the car? And then she
Yeah,
went
but-
out
Has
and
exited, and we'll be in recess for 10 minutes. Give you a chance to use the restrooms.
Oh.
Go off the record.
just went. But then he's admitting to being with her right before it happened. Maybe they're gonna go say, I was banging her 2 days before.
Is that his truck? Because I thought they said.
Yes.
I thought. Okay. I thought he borrowed it or something like that. Okay.
I think maybe, because that's what I read in one of the articles. But this is the truck they picked up. But
Okay.
if the defense is that what?
But how fresh is it? And how do we not? Whose is it?
The blood in her vaginal fluids is probably pretty fresh.
But like in
not
the car?
I'm not thinking she's running around with her bloody vaginal fluids that stays up there for 2 weeks. It's probably bleeding.
But okay. I was talking about. They said they found blood in the car, right?
Well, they found something that the luminol reacted to.
Yeah.
And it could be, or it could be, or it could be.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I just don't know where they're going, because this was the big evidence collection. No questions about the DNA. Could it have been contaminated? Well, she didn't give us the results of the DNA.
Yeah.
What equipment do you wear when you do the testing? All of these standard questions we almost always hear when the DNA and evidence collection is there. It's just, but her opening statements were, well, bitch be a hoe, others could have done it. That was her opening statements. And since then, I can't figure out what way they are going. So,
Well, because that's what I'm saying. Like every time she asks questions, I'm like, "What do you? Where are you going with this?" Like, okay,
yeah, that's,
telling us, can't they have blood in the vagina, and can't they be blood on the gums from your gums if you have some kind of gum disease? Okay, but what does that mean?
yeah. Where are you going with that? Are you trying to imply he was banging her in the car a few days before. That's why there's traces of her there.
Yeah.
I don't know how you Yanks do it, but I remember when my wife was 8.5 months pregnant. It wasn't the backseat of the car time. That wasn't what she was asking me for at that point. Most of it was yelling at me and tell me to effing get it out because she didn't want to carry that load around anymore. So I have a hard time if that's. And why would they drive out to the middle of nowhere? That Johnson Road. Can I find that road again? Maybe I can, because to me that was such a weird. Yeah.
Are you
Oh, the road
saying
that
why
started.
would they drive out to middle of nowhere to bang?
But if you're 8.5 months pregnant, you don't bang on the side of the road on the back seat of a car.
I mean, maybe you do. I don't know.
She's about to pop, Jamie. Yes, sometimes because it's a common belief that maybe some brown chicken, brown cow can induce marriage, not marriage, but labor. But why would you drive out here? Just look at this road. There's nothing here.
Mhm. Perfect for banging. What are you talking about?
Jamie, again, she's 8.5. If it's John and Jill that has an office affair, yes, you go out here when no one sees you and you can see from miles around when a car is coming. You can have a little tete-a-tete, but she's 8.5 months pregnant. So why would they drive out here and dump her? Well, it's not like they're going out here to bang. Do you think your sister was very interested in driving out and laying down in the back of the truck at 8.5 months, or was she more, if you touch me, I'll kill you, but you can touch me to start this?
I don't know. We didn't speak about what she was doing in her private time.
No, that's yeah. You just want ice cream and Netflix. What? Jamie doesn't get it. Jamie thinks that the highly pregnant women are out there treating it like they're on spring break. That's not what
Oh my
happens when
Lord.
ladies are 8.5 months pregnant. Trust me, I've seen movies.
Oh my Lord.
And again, why would you drive so far away, out in the middle of nowhere?
Well, I thought they were having a sneaky relationship.
They didn't have a sneaky relationship. They had no relationship because she got
Well,
pregnant and
sneaky.
she didn't want to remove it. So the relationship wasn't that. I don't think it was ongoing, and apparently she was banging someone else. What do I know?
Yeah.
I don't say some ladies doesn't like a poking, and I trust me, I have been subject to that. I just want to get it started. You better. I have heard that with that look in the eyes where it's not pleasure, it's just do it. And I just can't see a highly pregnant woman thinking, yes, let me get my 30-pound heavier body filled with water, filled with stretch marks, into a Dodge Ram, drive out to the middle of nowhere in probably a very humid Florida evening and get the freak on in the backseat of a car. I could see her say, well, I'm eating ice cream while you do what you're doing because I'm not moving. If you want to do it, fine, but don't talk to me. And when you're done, the contractions better start, or we'll talk about this later. Yeah, and dump her in full view besides the road. That's the thing I don't. But I think because someone else came, because remember he said the lights were turned off, and then when he drove off, it was like he had his fog lights on. So I'm thinking he's probably trying to drag her out and put her in those bushes. Then he sees the car, just dumps her, get into the car, and starts it and fucks up something with the light because he's in a panic mode and just drives off with his fog lights. I think that's probably, in my head, that makes sense, that he was standing because there was those bushes right behind her. So maybe he's trying to get over there so the anacondas or alligators or sharks or whatever, there's something will kill you in Florida. Maybe he was trying to do that, and because it's such an open area, he probably thought, well, hell, no one's coming, and then all of a sudden a car is coming, and then he panics and drives off. That's what I'm thinking so far.
Lord.
That's what prick old ladies wants to do. What? Get in the back of a car and have a little bang time. Because it's always, that's something you do when you're 18 years old, Jamie.
Yeah,
Because
but how old was she? She was a youngin.
he wasn't. He was 25 years older.
Yeah, but
Trust me, there's not a lot of let me just hold your leg up here and then I'm going to do, when you reach my age, it's just, well, I hope you felt it. I'm going to sleep. Well, O-line, we need your input.
yeah. You need to hear these conversations. If I have to be involved in this conversation, so do you.
Alligators doesn't eat as many people as you all seem to think, and they prefer live prey, just saying. They actually don't, because they will take you down to their murder hole and keep you, and then eat you while you grow soft. Why did you have to mention flicking the bean?
Yes, I know. It's the grossest thing Baker says. I can't stand it.
No, I'm turning 27 in January. But I just can't see where the hell the defense is going. That's my biggest problem, because I have all these questions. The state hasn't proven anything yet, other than there was a dead body at the side of the road, and she knew this guy. Other than that, we don't know why they believe he did it, so we're holding judgment. But I'm just saying, I don't think there was brown chicken, brown cow on the side of the road with an 8.5-month pregnant lady who was going in to plan her C-section the next week. Knowing pregnant ladies as I know them, brown chicken, brown cow in the backseat of a car isn't what you are most up to. Well, maybe there's some freaks out there, but at that point you would probably like it as non-activity as possible. Well, I don't think an alligator is saying, oh, no, she's recently deceased. Oh, yeah. I don't get to fight to eat her. Oh, ooh, ooh. What has the world come to? What's next? Frozen chicken at a alligator ranch?
Oh my Lord.
So it's the stupidest animals after a turkey. They are pure instinct. If it smells like food, they'll eat it. This is an all-inclusive chat. I agree, Baker. I had two kids, and that's the last thing I wanted, especially on the side of the road. Well, some ladies, again, because we were actually told by is it a midwife who helps you, the one who works at the hospital and tells you to push? That's called a midwife, right?
Well, Yeah, or nurse. I think they're midwife. Yeah.
No, the ones who are specialized in looking up hoo-has. And she said, well, you can go home, you can do this, you can take a brisk walk, or you can play rapids, or you can just wait. Because don't jump on a trampoline, because I asked, and apparently that's a stupid question, and it's not funny. But she said that to induce sometimes a little rapid action could be because it gets the hormones moving. And I thought, it's not like the engine can start in 13 seconds, but I will be outside having my post-coital smoke 30 seconds after we're done. I am not an OBGYN. I am an amateur OBGYN. Very enthusiastic.
Oh, Lord.
Jamie, I have my shirt on.
Oh. Female bodies. That is. Everybody had those in like the early 2000s, I swear.
I've never seen them in Denmark. I'm so glad Marissa got me one.
I'm glad you did too.
Yeah, people look at it and say, what the hell? You don't know my ex-wife. She wouldn't go for a walk. She was. No, I shouldn't. No. She was when we deployed. She wanted to get in better shape, and we'd been dating for not that long. And I saw her out running, and at the same time we had this. I hope the kids doesn't see this. We had this show about two Down syndrome kids called Morten and Peter, and they were at a track meet at the special school they went to, and one of them is out running, and I might have said, "You look like Morten when you run." No brown chicken, brown cow for quite some time after that one. But she ran kind of like that guy would. He was all the way up here, and hey, I'm not a smart guy, Jamie. I don't understand women, and apparently you look like someone who has Down syndrome when you're running isn't a compliment. I don't know.
Oh my God, if anybody ever said that to me, I am. Oh boy. I don't know if I could actually take them seriously.
I don't know. Yeah, I
She
don't
kicked
know.
your
I
butt
think I'm
for that
quite a
one?
catch, but can't land a lady.
Well, I can't see why. Oh my God, I'm in my pants.
Well, I baby step inside here. Back then I could run. Now I'm just an old fat guy with a bad back, so I can't run. I actually did the dance cardio today, Jamie.
You did some Zumba?
No, I didn't. I don't like Zumba. I hate Latin music, so I'm doing a retro dance. So that's way better. It's kind of the same, just with better music.
Oh, I like Zumba.
Well, I like to be honest with people. Well, her running habits had nothing to do with our marriage ending. There was a lot of different reasons. Running didn't even crack top 100. Well, I knocked her up within the first 14 days we know each other. So look on the big brains of Baker. That's how you land a woman. Just knock her up. No, I never exercised on. You don't want to see me exercise. I'll be very sweaty. I'll be very much saying noises that if you don't have the screen on, you'll think, "What's he doing?" And yeah, I don't have the equipment. I go to the gym. I need to get out of my house once or twice a day, so I don't sit here all the time. So I go to the gym and work out. And Daddy's a big boy, so I need some weights I can throw around. I'm still. I was in a little bit of a hurry today, and we have two gyms in the same chain, and
Mhm.
because I had to go to that dance class, they have really bad dumbbells down there. They have, do you know the ones with the spinning handle? They are so annoying because you can't put straps on because you can't tighten it up. I hate it, but I did do the 66 pounds hammer curls.
No,
Daddy's strong.
look at you.
Yeah. No, it YMCA and ABBA and stuff like that. Just some music that you know, and I just like it because the way I train, again, Daddy's a big boy. Look how my traps are popping today. I did traps today. It's always a good day when the traps are popping.
Look at how those
But
traps- They are popping. Jeez.
yeah, it looks like I'm on roids. But I lift heavy because again I'm fat. I can move a lot of weight when I start moving my body. I almost full stack pull downs and stuff like that. So I need a lot of anger, and when I do my heavy sets, I'm a lot of so I actually like doing my cardio where you get a smile and hey, I'm with the Cougar Club and I'm dancing and I look like an idiot and people are looking at me, why the hell are you in here? But I'm having fun, and yeah, my knees might be bad and my hips doesn't work like they used to, and you're looking at all these women thinking, how can they still move this well? And I'm half their age, but well, not half, but I like it because that's smiley time. And when you're leg pressing 800 pounds, that's more pain time. So that's why I like doing this. It seems weird a guy my size want to do it, but I find it fun. Nope, but never done anything like that on stream. I haven't been on a pair of roller skates since the early 90s. No, late 80s, I think. No, 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 I was a skateboarder. Well, I grunt when I lift heavy, but again, if you have 800 pounds pressing down on you, you are bound to make a little sound to try and tighten up your diaphragm. It's a really good. You don't scream. That's annoying when people scream, but one of the best ways to make sure that you keep your core tight is actually saying. That's why boxers are doing the shh. That's to remind them to breathe, and it's tightening their core. And you'll hear a lot of strongmen will yell, but that's so you tighten up your core and protect your back. That's why I do it. I don't think I could roller skate anymore. That's too long ago. I don't know. Does roller rings still exist? We don't have them in Denmark. Never had. So I don't know if stuff like that could be a fun meetup. I don't want to go on a pair of roller skates, but if people want to do it, that could be a better place to meet up than I don't know.
I mean, yeah, like I feel like down south there's more than up here. They closed all the ones up here a long time ago.
Yeah, you probably have hockey rings and stuff like that instead.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
We have that in the big town on my island. We can go and ice skate, but I don't like cold.
I lived at the roller rink when I was younger. I was never good at skating though. I fell a lot.
Yeah, I was pretty good on a pair of roller skates, but I had the 2x2s, not the inline. I can't run on inline, but I had the 2x2, and I used to do tricks and stuff like that. I could jump and do some fancy stuff, but then I got old, stiff, and fat, and it moved my center of gravity, and I can't do any of that anymore. I tried to jump on a skateboard. What's that? Like 5 years ago, just to see if I could. I couldn't even do an ollie again. So I used to be better, Jamie. Once I was afraid, I was petrified, standing on a lip slide, thinking, how will I survive? La 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 la. I will survive. Mm-hmm. Da 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 dee da da. 800 pounds can't be good for your back. No. But have you met me? Je suis un idiot. No, I don't do it. It's a leg press, so it's not on my back. I am in a leg press machine, but it'll still hurt a little bit. It's worse when I do the 200 pounds single leg. It hurts me more. I don't know why, but it's good for you. Well, it's not, but I need it. The funny thing is, the one that hurt my back the last week was calf raises, and I think it was because I didn't have enough weight on. I was standing in the Smith machine. For those of you who doesn't know what a Smith machine is, it's the one where the bar is stuck to the machine. I was just standing there doing my calf raises, and the bar started bouncing on my back, and I think that was what made me hurt my back. Because again, normally you'll put a couple of 100 pounds on it. I think my best is like 440, and you'll compress and you'll feel it, but you'll be stable. But this bouncing shit, that's not good for me. Skateboards were illegal in Norway until 1989. I started roller skating when it was those ones that you put on your other shoes. That's the one my brother chucked in my face. Welcome, Penilla.
Hi, Vanilla.
I feel you. I feel you. Yeah, it's because I'm bored, then I get singy-songy. Is it you typing, or is it Court that has two keyboards going?
It was me.
Oh, okay. I hurt my back picking up a shampoo bottle. Funny, Zach hurt his very low back once he dropped the soap at the gym, too. His butt, Jamie, because someone...
No.
Same thing. And the state may call its next witness.
Yes, so people say Florida call Mark Chapman.
Oh, he looks like a guy who does DNA.
I do.
And you may call the witness.
Good afternoon. Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Sure, Mark Chapman, Chapman.
Okay. And Mr. Chapman, what do you do for a living?
I'm a firearms examiner.
Okay. And where do you work at?
I
Is
work
a
at the
firearm
Indian
used?
River Crime Laboratory here in Fort Pierce
What?
Okay. And how long do you work there?
A fire
since
and
February
you?
of 2005.
Okay. And do you also
A fire and what?
Firearm. He's a firearms examiner. And I said, was a gun used?
There was no firearm involved in this case.
I don't know. Okay.
This is in Florida, in St. Lucie.
have experience doing tire impression comparisons?
Oh.
Yes,
Okay. Go ahead and describe that experience to the jury, please.
sure. In October of 1999, I was hired by the Indiana State Police Laboratory in Indianapolis, Indiana, as an IBIS technician. That's a computer database for firearms components. I worked at that capacity until January of 2004, and that's when I began training to become a firearms examiner. And that training lasted until January of 2005. I was hired by the crime laboratory here in Fort Pierce in February of 2005. And I continued as solely a firearms examiner until 2008. And at that point, I was accepted into the footwear and tire track training program. It was over in Largo, Florida at the National Forensic Science Training Center. And the training was provided by Ron Smith and Associates. So an individual from their company came and taught the class. And essentially it was set up with a combination of in-class meetings and then remote working back at the laboratory. So we would meet up for a total of 4 weeks during the whole course. And we went over collection, preservation, documentation, comparisons, and courtroom testimony, all related to footwear and tire track evidence. I think it totaled about 400 hours in all. And in July of 2009, the training was complete. And then before I was allowed to perform casework at the laboratory, I had to be competency tested. So that's basically, I was provided with mock cases essentially that are footwear and tire track related. I had to work the cases and successfully complete those before I was cleared to work actual evidence casework.
Okay. And tire track evidence, go ahead and explain that in a little bit further.
Well, every date I go on, you can hear the skeletons rattling in the closet. It's the same thing.
Further detail. What is the purpose of that?
So for a tire track exam or comparison, the idea is they're trying to compare an unknown to knowns that are provided. So the unknown would be the track at the scene. So a tire leaves an impression at the scene. It could be in the dirt. It may be on the pavement. That is somehow collected by the agency. And in the process, if it's done properly, they'll photograph the impression if they're going to take photographs of it with a scale in the photograph. And I'll talk about why that's important later. So that's submitted. So that's your unknown. And basically what that means is at the scene, and when it's given to me, I don't know the origin of this tire impression, right? It's just left at the scene. So what the agency will do is if they find a suspect vehicle, typically they would roll the tires themselves. So essentially you would impound the vehicle, and then there's different ways to do it, but the most common way is to get pieces of mat board or like really dense cardboard, and you would ink the entire circumference of the tire, and then you roll the tire across the mat board, and it leaves an impression. It's kind of like a stamped impression, but you're rolling the entire circumference, and you get the impression on the board, and then those boards would be submitted to the laboratory. So I have my knowns. So I have test impressions from the vehicle tires. So we know what vehicle those tire impressions came from. And I'm asked to compare it to the unknown, the photograph from the scene. So what I do is I take the image that's given to me, and with that scale, what I can do is then I can print that photograph life size. So I put it into a photo editing software, and I basically tell it to, if I say this is an inch, then change everything to 1 inch. So when I print it, that tire impression, that photograph of the tire impression is the same size as it was when it was taken at the scene. And this allows me to compare it to the knowns. And those are life size as well. They're taken directly from the tire, right? So what I would do first with a comparison is I'm going to look for class characteristics. And class characteristics are characteristics that I can use to either include that unknown impression or exclude it. With tire, class characteristics would be the width of the tire, the number of ridges and grooves. So ridges is the part of the tire where the tread element exists, and in the space between is the groove. So some tires may have 4 ridges and 3 grooves. Some may have 5 ridges and 4 grooves. And the width of the tire will change. And then the shape of those elements within the ridges are different shapes. So those are just class characteristics. So for example, if you went and took your car to get new tires, you're going to get 4 the same tire. They're all going to be the same class, right? They're going to be the same size, same width, and they'll all have the same tread elements. Let's say, to give you an example of a class difference, let's say you've got your full-size pickup truck, and then you have a compact car. They're going to have very different size tires, right? So those are different class tires completely, just solely based on the width of the tire. So that's what I look at first. I have to see, okay, do these class characteristics match up between the unknown and the known? And if they do, then I would take one step further and look for individual characteristics. But if they do not, then I could exclude the tire if the class was different.
Okay. And how many tire track comparisons have you done over the course of your career?
But the tire track examination was sunsetted a few years back, so I think I did a total of about 60 to 70 comparisons.
Okay. Have you ever testified in court regarding tire track comparisons?
Yes.
How many times?
It's only been probably 2 or 3 times now.
Okay. And have you, did you conduct a tire track comparison, in this case, the state of Florida versus Jose Soto-Escalera?
Yes.
Okay. I want to show, if we could publish state 62. We're looking at state 62 and then 63. Okay. Do you recognize those photos?
Yeah. So that's a copy of the photograph that I used to conduct my comparison.
Okay. So that's your unknowns, correct?
Correct. Yes.
State 62 and 63.
Yes.
Okay. And I want to show you what has already been entered into evidence as states 1 through 6. You recognize those?
Okay. I'm gonna just look at my markings.
Absolutely. Yeah.
On the outside of each of the packages, there's the lab number, the item number, and my initials. So inside would be the mat board containing the known tire impressions.
Okay. And are these tire impressions that were taken from a silver Dodge Ram?
I couldn't tell you where they were taken from. They were submitted to the laboratory.
Okay.
That's all I can say.
So you get these tire impressions and then you compare it to the unknowns. Is that correct?
Correct.
And describe in specific detail your comparison. I know you touched on it a few minutes ago, but if you can go ahead and describe in specific detail your comparison.
Sure. So as you can see, there's a scale in the photograph. So what I did was I tightened it. I get rid of basically all the extra gravel and grass that doesn't contain the impression. And then I adjusted it to life size. And then I actually printed it onto a piece of acetate, clear acetate. So you have a transparency type comparison. It was what's going to happen. So you have the unknown on the clear acetate. And what I did was I laid it over top the inked impressions on these mat boards. And so initially I have to look to see if the class is in agreement, right? And in this case, it was not. So it was a different size. The width was different. The known tire impressions are wider than the unknown impression.
Okay, meaning that the vehicle that left these impressions right here is excluded.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is it a better way to say excluded than the vehicle that left these impressions did not leave those tire tracks?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
May Mr. Chapman be released from his subpoena at this time?
He may.
Any objection to?
They called a tire thread expert who spent 20 minutes talking about how they did their 400 hours of investigation to say, it's not the same tire. Oh, what the hell is going on? Why call him? So he had another car. Is that what we're going with?
Releasing him. Thank you, Mr. Chapman. You're released from your subpoena. You're free to stay or leave as you wish.
All right. Thank you, Ron.
Yeah, he'll probably go home and say, ooh, let me compare. Hey, 80s.
Can the state may call this next witness or put on an item of evidence?
At this time, the state would play the
Yeah, we
previous,
started
testimony of witness Caleb Lynn.
5
Ladies and
hours
gentlemen
ago.
of the jury, the testimony of a witness was previously taken by the attorneys in my presence in this courtroom on a previous date and preserved for purposes of this trial. We call this perpetuated testimony. This perpetuated testimony is about to be presented to you, and you should consider it just as you would live testimony, and you may proceed.
Your Honor, during the played testimony, prior to playing it, the state would just move into evidence. State's exhibits 33, 34, and 35. They're the swabs from the past.
I hope at some point they will get to, hey, he's so far we just know someone's dead and blood was found. The rest, well, we know it wasn't those tire tracks.
Passenger side of the Dodge truck, as well as state's exhibits 36 through 39, which are the photographs of where those swabs are taken, which will be detailed inside of the video.
Any objection? Those items will come into evidence at this time.
The state would call Caleb Lynn.
If you raise your right hand and face the clerk,
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence that you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
and over this witness, watch yourself. Good morning.
Good morning.
If you could, please state your full name, spell your last name for the record.
My name is Caleb Lim, last name is L-I-N-D.
How are you?
I work for the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office
How long have you worked with the San Lucie County Sheriff's Office?
for 12 years.
And if you could, what is your job title and employment duties in the Sheriff's Office?
I am currently the crime scene supervisor.
And what do your job duties entail as a crime scene supervisor?
I oversee the work of other investigators and our crime scene assistants to ensure that we're processing various crime scenes with the most proficient and professionalism that we can.
And do you have any training experience that allows you to be able to perform those duties?
I do.
And what is that?
I have 686 hours of crime scene training in the classroom. I have a bachelor's degree in criminalistics, and I also have 160 hours of fingerprint training. So,
Now, as far as this particular case that brings us here today, were you working for the Sheriff's Office back in August of 2018?
yes, I was.
And what were your job duties at that time?
I was a crime scene investigator at that time, working general crime scene investigations.
And on August 25th, 2018, did you provide assistance to another crime scene investigator?
Yes, I did.
And who was that?
I assisted CSI Vasquez on scene.
And did you also provide assistance to another crime scene investigator that also worked on this case?
I assisted my supervisor at the time, which was Donna Carmichael.
And the assistance that you provided to Donna Carmichael, what did that entail?
I assisted her with processing a silver Dodge truck for DNA.
And where was the Dodge vehicle processed?
It was located in the sheriff's office parking lot.
When you say that you processed that vehicle, what exactly is it that you did?
I saw various areas on the passenger side where areas of possible DNA.
If you could, can you explain the process that you go through and how you swab the DNA?
So we use a sterile swab. So it's kind of like the Q-tips that you use to clean your ears or remove makeup from your eyes. It's in a sterile packaging. The package is open while wearing gloves. I then use a sterile drop of water and put one drop onto the sterile tip. And then I swab the area of interest for several seconds. And then I place that swab back into the packaging, which then goes inside an envelope and is submitted to evidence.
And where was the truck located at within the Sheriff's Office?
It was located in the parking lot.
So what I would like to do is I'd like to show you what's in marked for identification as states exhibits 36, 37, 38, and 39. If you could take a look at these photographs and tell me if you recognize them.
Don't judge a defendant on how he looks in court. It's 7 years ago, and he has been told try to look as neutral as possible.
Yeah.
You don't know what's going on inside his head. No one can read body language. It's and some people just don't have an expressionful face, express. They don't show things on their face. so many people will sit there and dissect it and say, well, you could see on what's the Adelson chicks, you could clearly see. No, you can't, because you don't know how she looks when she watches the news at night on TV. So he looks this way because it's 7 years that this trial has been ongoing, probably a bit desensitized as well. So you can't tell that he's not phased. You can't tell that he's very upset. It's just not something you can do by watching him for 5 hours. No one knows how he's really feeling on the inside. And again,
Yeah.
99% of every killer is just a normal person. Not a lot of them really look like Leatherface from the Chainsaw Massacre. Well, everyone wants a killer to look a certain way. Most of people who kill people are just idiots who unalive someone. And that's the sad truth of it. They could look like me, but I haven't been caught yet.
How is it that you recognize those photographs?
At this point, nothing beyond reasonable doubt has been provided in this case, because there's been nothing linking him to the scene other than he knew her.
These are photographs of the vehicle that I assisted with processing.
Is this the vehicle as it looked on that day, August 25th, 2018?
Yes, it is.
And this time statement moving to evidence was marked for identification, states exhibits 35 through 39.
No objection.
Those items become evidence at this time. Now, you described this vehicle.
It's because it's a recording, because this woman is pregnant. No, she has given birth and no, it wasn't sepsis. She got some complication and has lupus, so it's worse. So she can't show up in court today. That's why audio sounds like it's talking through a can. I can try and boost it a little bit.
The vehicle that you described, you then go inside and swab different parts of the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Right. And once you have collected the swab, what's the next process in the investigation?
They're sealed and submitted to the evidence unit until they're decided whether they're going to go to the lab for testing or not.
Okay, how does that process work as far as you swab the vehicle? What do you do with the swab? How do you put it into evidence?
So it's sealed with evidence tape. An evidence voucher is created and submitted as the paper trail for the said evidence. And then our evidence unit takes the item in and stores it until it's ready for trial.
All right. What I'd like to show you now has been marked for identification. That states exhibits 33, 34, and 35. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
How is it that you recognize those exhibits?
My handwriting is on the envelope, and I also have signed the evidence tape indicating that I've sealed the swabs.
All right. Are these the swabs that you took back with CSI Carmichael back on August 25th of 2018 with the Dodge truck?
Yes, they are.
This time the state moving notice to mark for identification states exhibits 35, 34, and 33.
Okay.
Those items will come into evidence at this time, but all right, so what we have now on the screen is going to be State's Exhibit 36. And if you could, and you don't have to stand up, just, what is State's Exhibit 36?
This was just a general photograph to show what the vehicle was that we were processing.
All right, so this is the Dodge truck that you processed on the 25th?
Yes, it is.
And where at the sheriff's?
Is this picture compressed, or is it just a really ugly Dodge? It looks weird. It looks like it's been squished on top, like it's not tall enough.
I mean, I don't think Dodge trucks are attractive, so.
No, but Valhalla's truck looks way different than this one. Looks kind of like an SUV and a truck had sex. I just don't like the
weird
bonnet
angle
on
of the picture. Like, you know.
It could be, but I just feel that the bonnet looks weird. It looks kind of like it's trying to be a sedan. I don't know, Jamie. I'm bored, so I look at weird things.
I know you're analyzing things that I'm like, I'm not taking that serious.
Well, I don't like
adorable.
this truck. It's an ugly truck.
Office is located.
It's located on our west side parking lot of the sheriff's office.
So does the sheriff's office have primarily two main parking lots?
We do, and this is in the secure area.
And if we could now go to the next state's exhibit, which
That's why it looks.
would be state's exhibit 38. What are we looking at in this particular photograph?
It's a photograph of the front passenger area.
And
We're
is
right
there
side.
any area in this photograph that you swabbed, in which you've then collected as a sample lab and tested?
Yes, I have.
Okay, where in this
Is it a
photograph,
Bud Light in the cup?
did you swab this drug?
May I approach so I can point to it?
Yes, and if you would bring the corresponding exhibit. With you.
Yeah, so for this picture, it was going to be this pull-up bar right here, and it's gonna be exhibit 34,
So state's exhibit 34, you swabbed the pull-up bar?
the pull-up bar right here, yes.
And what is the process that you do to get the swab?
So again, we'll take the sterile Q-tip, as we call them, the cotton applicators. It takes 1 drop of sterile water. I use a clean set of gloves, and then I would do all sides of the handle and then place the swab back inside the packaging, which then gets placed inside.
You don't do the entire car with
sealed
this
for 12 minutes.
And now I'd like to switch to state's exhibit 37 for the record. What are you looking at in state's exhibit 37?
This is a picture of the front passenger door.
And do you see a portion in this picture that you swabbed underneath?
Yes, so this would represent me swabbing the door handle.
And what you want to do on the screen is at the black door handle?
Yes, it's the black door handle.
Okay, what state's exhibit did you swab the black door handle?
That's gonna be exhibit 35.
So state's exhibit 35 is the swab for the passenger side door handle.
Yes.
And for the record now, I will switch to state's exhibit 39. What portion of the vehicle are we looking at in state's exhibit 39?
This is a photograph of the rear passenger area.
And do you see an area in this photograph that you also swabbed for DNA in this particular case?
Yes, for this, I swabbed the pull-up bar in the rear passenger area.
And what is the state's exhibit?
Oh, sorry, rear passenger door. Sorry, my bad. It's this one, sorry. It's this right here, to pull the door. Sorry, I apologize.
So as far as the state's exhibit, what number are you holding?
33.
So state's exhibit 33 would be a swab of where in this photograph.
This area right here, so the door pulls, so what you would use to pull the door shut.
So after you pulled the swabs in this case, you placed them all into evidence,
Yes, I did.
and then subsequently are they then sent to the laboratory analysis?
These 3 swabs are yes.
And outside of this.
Yeah,
after you
this,
did
we have to
additional
lay a
analysis,
I
foundation.
took a photograph of an item that was requested back in January of 2019. It was carjacked, and that was the only other involvement I had after this.
I don't have any other questions at this time. Thank you. President,
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry, do you still need me up here at all? Yes, sir. No, I'm right, like right here. You know, you can sit down. Thank you.
Ma'am, you're aware that my client voluntarily brought his truck there to the sheriff's office?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and he voluntarily gave consent to search that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
any further questions? No, Your Honor. All right, thank you. Step down from the witness.
Any state's witness or item?
Another person who just took some swabs.
I want to hear the results.
Yeah, I don't give 2 fucks about the last 3 witnesses. Do they go over the parts that don't matter so the defense can't come back and ask, well, did you do that? Yes. But again, they could just stipulate to it. She could prescribe the way she does it, say, well, we do, this is the procedure, 1 drop on a Q-tip, and then we will swab a given area. And then we'll put it in, blah, blah, blah. And yes, I confirm these are the blah.
Confirm that evidence you're about to be able to do the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I swear.
Yeah, it's just laying foundation. Can we just get the DNA tech in here? Oh, this is a police officer. He has a
Good
pupil.
afternoon. If you could please state your first name, spell your last name for the record.
My first name is Christopher. My last name is Newman, Newman.
All right, how are you currently employed?
I'm currently a detective / bomb tech with the state of Florida's criminal investigations.
Bomb
Do
tech.
you have any prior law enforcement experience before doing that job?
Yes, I started with Fort Pierce Police Department in 1999, and I worked road patrol and undercover investigations. And I was a training officer. Then I went to the state alcohol, tobacco, and beverages. I worked there for about 4 years. I made a lieutenant, and then I worked for the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and during your time with the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office, what were your job duties with them?
I started off at the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office on road patrol, and then I went to I can't remember the name of the unit. It was basically like a street crimes unit, and then I went into criminal investigations.
Okay, and is that what most people refer to as a detective?
Yes, sir.
And do you get assigned to criminal investigations?
Yes, sir.
What job duties were you working with at the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office for this particular case? What was your involvement? What was your relationship to this case?
That's
I
the
was the lead
positive
detective in
thing.
this case.
Now, as the lead detective, what are your job duties? How do you first get involved, and then what do you do once you get assigned a case?
I first got involved when we got called out to the scene, and there were several detectives there, and whoever the supervisor is picks who's going to be the lead detective. So you don't know until you get there. I was picked, and then you pretty much start running the investigation and supervising other detectives and assigning out duties to do.
All right, so in this particular case, did you have the opportunity to go out to the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay, where was that?
It was on Russo Road, I believe it was.
All right, and as the detective, are you out there picking up evidence? What do you do when you get to the crime scene?
Once I got to the crime scene, we do a walkthrough, just get an overall sense of what's going on in the crime scene, and start sending out the texts to do interviews with any witnesses.
All right, so as a detective, you want to talk to people that may have information about the case.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Now, as the detective, did you learn as to whether or not the victim in this case, Tania Wise, had a boyfriend?
Yes, sir.
Okay, who did you learn was her boyfriend?
Bradley Rodriguez Jr.
Now, in addition to Bradley Rodriguez, did you learn of any other?
Yeah, but we still don't have him at the same place as her. We still haven't heard anything about the weapons. We haven't heard anything about the blackmail. We haven't heard all the testimony to the nephew about how he was going to do it. There's a lot of hoops to jump through still, and maybe there's not a lot physical evidence, and they were lucky with testimony. That's why.
That's what I'm thinking. We'll see though.
Yeah. Yes, we will get that because they have to say it.
Male individuals that may have had contact at some point with the victim, Tania Wise, in this case?
Yes, sir. There were several. There was a black male named Mark Burke.
Okay, who's that?
That was apparently another boyfriend that she had in between two different instances of dating Mr. Rodriguez.
All right. What about someone by the name of Giovanni Alvarado?
Yes, he was supposed to be somebody that she knew and would talk to.
Okay. Did you learn of the existence of someone by the name of Eric Alvarado?
Yes.
Who's that?
That was Mr. Escalera's cousin, I believe.
Could it be his nephew?
Nephew, yes, sir.
And then did the name Jose Soto-Escalera come up?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when that came up, did you request to conduct an interview with him at the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, we did.
All right. Back in August of 2018, did the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office have a interview room?
Yes, we did.
And was it capable of recording interviews?
Yes, it was.
Video and audio?
Yes, sir.
And did the defendant come in on August 25th, 2018 to do an interview?
Yes, sir.
And was that video recorded?
It was.
Prior to today's date, have you had the opportunity to view what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 150?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you recognize that item?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This is the thumb drive that I viewed because I also initialed and dated it.
At this time, the state would move an evidence which was marked for identification as State's 150, but I would ask for everyone to approach.
Hello.
What?
Hello.
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 Hey.
Hello. Hola.
That item will come into evidence at this time without objection from the defense. And ladies and gentlemen, the item that you're about to consider, listen to, review, has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited and that you notice it has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you listen to and consider the evidence. And you may publish the item.
All right,
Let's go.
let's hear this interview.
I get some basic information out of the way first. So your whole name for me?
J-O-S-E. S-O. S-O-T-O. Escalera. Yes. C-A. 1012 76.
So your address?
2613 Southwest Campus.
Cactus.
Yeah.
Yes, so.
Yes.
What's the phone?
772 200.
He looks like Drex that used to be, wasn't it Drex his name, who used to be on Brigada? The guy with the soft eyes.
I don't remember that guy at all. But I was thinking, oh, he's wearing his little trash uniform.
Yeah. With his cool hat and everything.
I mean, it's got to be hot in Florida.
Jamie, this is only an hour and 27 minutes.
Only
61, 63.
Okay, so you work your way pro, right?
Yes, sir.
How long you been there?
I just started back, I would say like 2 months.
Where'd you work before that?
Room support driver for independent delivery services.
So you were the driver of one of the trucks?
Yes, sir.
But a contract, right?
Yeah, for a contract, yeah.
Who'd you work for?
Ricardo Rivera,
You got a nickname?
Peachy.
Anybody else?
Honestly. Bradley, that used to be my helper.
Bradley, what's Bradley's name?
Bradley Rodriguez.
he's a trash guy. That's a trash uniform.
In your spare time, like, what's your hobby?
Motorcycle.
Yeah, motorcycles? What kind of
Gixxer 1000.
street bikes?
Yeah.
Street bikes. You're working on yourself, or?
Yeah. I don't like to touch them. Unless it's motor work, then I bring it somewhere else.
Electrical and everything?
Huh?
Electrical and everything?
Depending on what it is.
You ever hook up other people's bikes?
Yeah, it's been a long time though. It's been a while since I did that.
All right, so are you friends with Bradley?
Yeah, they look up to me. I'm like an uncle to them.
Do you have a nickname?
Who?
You.
Joselito?
Joselito, that's you?
Yeah.
Okay. So, you and Bradley friends, you still stay in touch with Peachy too?
Yeah. I seen them this Friday that just passed at the gas station.
Yes. Okay. Did you know a Tanya?
Yeah, Brandon's girl.
Yeah. How'd you know Tanya?
Well, he was the one that introduced her to us when we started coming back around.
You guys hang out after work or anything?
No.
No, just he just.
He did his own thing. I never hung out with him like that. He's a hard head. Yeah, we just worked after work. He went his way out home.
So how'd you meet Tanya?
From Bradley.
Through Bradley?
Yeah.
Where'd you meet her at?
They came over.
Is this the defendant or the guy who was on this earlier?
I thought it was him because he said the defendant went in to speak to the cops.
But he looks like the guy who testified earlier who Bev that bitch fired.
Damn, stupid bitch. No, well, I mean it does, but I thought they said it was him.
I don't know.
You don't even care anymore.
Yes, I care, but it's just all of this. Do we need to hear him talk about? I just want to know how I can get such a snazzy hat.
I know.
I have hat envy.
Maybe it is the guy from earlier. That's what she was saying too. I don't know. I thought the defendant went in and talked to the cops.
Yeah, but then why didn't they play it when he was on? Well,
Our house in an apartment that me and my wife used to live. Right here. St. Lucie, West Florida. We had Christmas.
Oh, sidebar. Probably went up there to say, hey, there's a fat guy in Denmark who's really annoyed. Can we just play this at 1.25?
He keeps going on tangents.
They asked to spell his name and he spelled Jose Escalera. Then it is the defendant. Thank you, Gender with a Soul. I wasn't listening. I was reading some stupidity online. I should really stop reading stupidities online while I'm watching trials because I can't remember. But I saw
the
now.
jury room for a second,
Sorry.
please do not discuss the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be cool. I don't think I could carry a cowboy hat, but one of those ranger hats, I think that would be me. Boom, 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 boom. Why should I pay attention? No one else does.
I paid attention. I just was not sure of myself on that one.
What are we arguing? Come
So
on.
is it a defense witness?
What?
Mr. Rivera, you've been listed as a witness in the case. There's a rule that's been invoked called the rule of sequestration. Witnesses in the case, even if you're going to be a penalty-based witness if we get there, you can't be present to hear the other testimony. I'm afraid you're going to have to leave the courtroom, sir. Is that correct, Judge?
That is correct.
Oh, it's a
Also, don't
defense
watch
witness.
any media reports of the case.
Okay.
What about the other people that are with them?
I don't know who they are.
Are you a witness?
Okay, you
Before
do.
the jurors.
Are you also, she's a witness in the case?
Yes. What's her name?
Right.
Last name?
Do you want to check the hallway for anybody else on either side of the case, or you're comfortable with that?
We're good with our witnesses.
Okay.
Are fine.
Are you a witness in the case, man?
All right, so you folks need to exit at this time, Mr. Rivera. the
Hasta
lady.
la taco.
Thank you.
Sayonara.
All right, well, that's actually kind of better news than I thought. I thought you were going to say that you're playing the wrong tape or something like that. The wrong one went into evidence and
Jesus.
couldn't unring the bell to something. All right, let's bring in the jury. We'll continue. Okay. Do y'all need a restroom break since we're waiting? for
You're
them?
right.
You good?
Could have pulled his own joke out.
So that works out perfectly. It takes us just about to 5, right?
So that's why I make the big
That's the
bucks.
remainder of the interview.
Because
Yeah, there may be a couple blanks.
it shoots out of me. Jamie sits there and thinks, oh, I was actually about to say, Jamie never listened to the show. Why should I
Let me
do
see.
that?
I might be able to turn it up. Oh, yeah, we can go up a little bit lower.
All right, so if you can radio
Got
to
a fat
the other ballot
stack.
to bring them in whenever they're ready.
Oh.
Let us know when they're coming in.
I read in one of the text messages that Krusty was sending to, I think it was to Trailer Trash. Maybe it was to the Town Bicycle. I'm not sure. That she made $500 last month without putting content up, and this is in 2020, whatever, 2023, I think. I never seen a. Well, I haven't seen a lot of shows on Krusty's, but I've never seen her gotten a super chat. And to make $500, you need 100,000 views. I have a hard time believing Krusty makes $500 on YouTube, and if she does, I have a hard time believing that she reports it on her income taxes.
Yeah. I doubt that.
All right, jury is entering.
Jury is entering.
Well, she says that I hardly did any work, no content. Well, that's every day on her show, but still, I don't believe she made $500. I know what I have to do just to make $2.
And it's not what you think.
All right, please continue with the presentation of the evidence.
A lot of cacti.
Not YouTube related.
If you get views on your videos, YouTube will pay you for the ad money.
Trying to say the real name, I couldn't get it out.
Yes, Romanito, some brings it through. I can never pronounce it again.
Did you ever keep it under the time?
No, sir.
No?
The only time we talked was when her son came over our house, because I have a 9-year-old, and she used to drop him off, and he stayed with her for the weekend. That was the only.
So you could watch your kids sometimes?
Yeah, because he come hang out with my son, so, we take him for the weekend, and then she would come back and pick him up.
Remember her son's name?
Jamar.
So you just watch him every weekend?
Yeah,
once in a while, or?
It went, in the beginning, she was bringing him, and then it just stopped, I don't know.
How would she get in touch with you for bringing him over?
She would call, or, yeah, she would call my phone, or let Bradley know, or whatever.
How would you describe Tanya? Like, if you had to describe her to somebody, like, personality-wise, who she is, what would you say?
She was pretty mellow, I could say, but kind of crazy, I don't know, talking ghetto, or ghetto talk.
Did she
used to strip, that's what it was, she was a stripper or something like that. I never saw her, so I don't, I just knew about what people say.
Where did, do you know where she used to strip at?
No, sir.
She used to strip. Now it's getting interesting. I'm listening now.
Oh, you're perked up now?
Well, you can't see, but yes, I am perked up.
Were you married before, or? No. Do you have a kid with anybody else?
I have several kids. Got 4 boys.
And 4 boys, what are the ages?
What's Jose's name? I want to say 25. Jose's 25, Damien's 24. Joel's 17, and AJ's 9.
That's a big spread, man.
Yeah.
A little bit. Rolling Stone, man.
I started when I was younger, the first one. I was like 15.
Different moms, or?
All 4?
Huh?
All 4 different ones?
No, 3.
Which 2 have some?
Jose and Damien.
25, 24,
Yeah.
close to them.
Yep, that was my first search.
Is everybody local here, or are they?
He had 2 kids when he was 15 and 16. Iris, what are you drinking in the Mexican? Sorry, I saw I think he's Puerto Rican. I saw the flag on his. Sorry, Iris, I implied he was Mexican. Sorry. But Iris did say in when she was in Copenhagen that 14 was old. I actually get more for a view from a premium subscriber than my ad revenue is 0.005 cents per view. So
Live anywhere else?
No, they're around. Just like I don't speak to them. Like
you have a Facebook account?
Yeah, I have a Facebook.
What's your name on your Facebook?
To be honest, I don't even know how I was on here. I don't even. My wife's the one that looks all this shit up front. When I look at it, I'm like,
Yeah, if you can show it.
when it comes to shit like that, I'm not a genius.
I just see humans. I don't see colors. Jamie is the only one who has that problem.
Oh my Lord.
Oh, Iris isn't here anymore. She comes in once a day and say "Hola," and then she'll disappear. And then she'll be mad that I don't have time to watch the show. I have to work.
You ever post on here, or the most?
I don't like. I tell you, I'll be honest. I'm not the smartest with that shit. My wife's the one that sometimes post shit for me.
You share an account or?
No, she got her and I have mine. But like I said, I don't.
You don't mess with it?
Yeah, I just hate like and be nosy and shit like that. When I'm not posting, I let her do it for me. But she knows how to do it. She showed me 50 million times.
I was saying, but I don't even have one, man. I can't even. Are you friends with Tanya on here?
No, sir.
You're not?
No. How many people I have in this family? A couple of friends. Not too big on the Facebook stuff.
Were you ever friends with Tanya?
Not on Facebook, no. She never met me.
When she would come over, excuse me, when she would come over, did she ever talk about, besides Mark, any other brother boyfriends besides for Mark and Bradley?
No, sir.
Do you know Giovanni or Gio? Gio. Got a brother named Javi or Javier?
You are a little behind Napoleon.
I know 2 Gios. One's a mechanic.
You know his name? Or?
I don't know what jail you're, because the only jail I know is Beachy's son.
Beachy's
That's
son?
Giovanni Rivera. That's the only jail that I know.
That's Giovanni Rivera?
Yeah, and then, the mechanic jail. I just know him by jail, but I don't really know him.
That's, well, Giovanni Rivera is Peachy's son. Right?
Yeah. So, yeah, okay.
How old?
22. Yeah.
So he got a brother?
Jacob, yeah, Jacob. That's Beachy's son too, yeah.
They live around here?
Yeah, they live in the same house.
Mechanic Gio.
And so he fixes Hondas and stuff like that, but I don't really know too much about him.
You know, how old is he?
It's an older guy. I say he's in his 30s, I think.
30s. You know where he's from? Like,
He is here, I guess.
Here, but did he live anywhere else?
I don't know.
You don't know? I don't know my
They're from Puerto Rico. We all Hispanic. That's where we already come from. So I'm trying to get invited.
Okay. How long have you had that phone number you have?
It hasn't been mentioned in court yet, but according to what I have read beforehand, yes, it's his baby.
Long time?
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Sounds like water's coming in somewhere. I'll be right back.
When was the last time you think you talked to Tom?
Wednesday. She was supposed to bring Jamal over Friday.
Meaning yesterday?
Yeah.
You talked to her on the phone or?
Yeah, it was on the phone. I talked to her on the phone. She had what was it she asked me? She was asking about tomorrow. If he can come over.
Tuesday? What is that?
I think it was Wednesday.
Would it be on a phone call?
I always delete everything. So unless they want to look at my phone bill, that's fine. Yeah, it was Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday. It was Wednesday. I spoke to her Wednesday and Thursday. Matter of fact, because I remember telling my wife when I got home, I said, hey, guess who thought to bring Jamal where he can come over?
What time should speak to her on Thursday?
I want to say it was after 8.
After 8?
Yeah, because I was home having dinner. Can I grab that?
Who's that?
My wife freaking out. I'm getting so nervous right now. I don't know why. But.
And when she called you Thursday at around 8 at home, you have dinner, what's she saying?
No, she said, you guys are going to be home. So
She texted?
No, she called me. She said, hey, tomorrow wants to come over. I said, all right, cool. That's fine. And then, because I'll pick up AJ. I'll have AJ. And that was it. It was fast. I wasn't even on the phone with her, not even 5 minutes, something like that.
What time did she get there with Jamal?
She never showed up.
She never showed up?
No, she never did. And I'm glad I didn't tell my son because last time my son was kind of bothered. Oh, when is he coming over? So I just stopped. When she brought him then, he was there. She was supposed to bring him this Friday. She never called her nothing.
Did you reach out to her?
No.
When's the last time you fixed this person?
Shit. I was working on one of my buddy's Pete's bike.
Pete?
Yeah, but that shit. Matter of fact, they stole his bike. Then they recovered it, brought it over to my house. And he took it back because it was too much. I guess he salvaged it, so I don't know what happened after that.
How long ago was that?
About 2 months ago, I want to say.
Let me kind of just put this on the table. What we say in here is between us and here. Understood?
Yes, sir.
I'm not telling your wife anything. Okay. If you don't want to say certain things because you think it's going to get back to your wife or something like that, I mean, this is just us talking. I'm just saying here.
No, I hear you.
Because a lot of guys maybe sometimes in contact with other females, whether there's something there or not, their old lady may get a little jealous, so they may not tell the exact whole truth because they're trying to, so when they go home, they got to sleep with that other girl that night, and nobody wants drama.
Trust me, I hear you.
So, did you have any other involvement with Tanya?
No, sir.
None?
No.
Other than just watching her kid?
No. I was just bring Jamal over. She hung out with us. Ready to come over. And then they leave.
Those houses and fix their bikes? Yeah, have you ever gone to anybody's house and fixed their bike?
When you do fix bikes, is it just in your garage? Or
Yeah, they bring it to the house, change a tire, change, stretch it, or, stuff like that, but she's never seen me work on anything. She probably heard that I know how to fix it, but never do that.
Oh, she used to dance, right?
Yeah, she was a stripper, that's what I'm saying.
Then maybe you were the father of the child. There's no chance.
No, nothing to do with that.
Absolutely positive. No way. No way.
If I was to do something like that, I would take responsibility for it. That's what happened with my first two.
So you've done before, right?
What?
Take responsibility.
Yeah, I got 4 kids from 4 different chicks, so if that was the case, but.
Would you have a problem giving a DNA sample to rule you out as the father of that child?
I don't care.
Would be an issue?
So what were you doing Thursday night?
I was home. I went to fix a friend's battery. It was loose or something like that on his car, and I fixed it.
Who's the friend?
Andre.
Yeah.
Figueroa.
Figueroa that used to work with?
Yeah. It was it's a gray come on. That's what it is.
Mitsubishi?
Yes, sir.
Jamie, when it starts raining, remember to close your windows.
Wow.
I had a window in my, like, what do you call it, the wet room or whatever where you have your washing machine and stuff like that. And it sounded like it rained a lot, so I thought, what the hell's going on? And I forgot to close that window, so I had to dry up some water.
Where'd you do that
At his house.
Where's that?
Right there. I just know how to get.
I was young.
Is it in Fort Pierce or Fort
No, it's Fort St. Lucie. It's actually down the street from here. It's on Selvix.
On Selvix?
Yeah.
And you were there from what time?
I want to say 8 something. Almost. I was there for like an hour and 20 minutes because I remember I was getting my mosquitoes.
So what time was it when you got home?
Like 9, almost 10 o'clock. 10. Yeah. I don't know exactly. I wasn't really keeping track of times.
In that time, did you call anybody or
No.
use your phone or anything like that?
So you were working on cars during that time?
Yeah, I was fixing the battery. It was loose or something. Something was wrong with it.
You get around?
Oh, yeah, it's running. The terminal is loose.
Are you friends with any guys that you're working with? Are you friends with any of the guys that work there? I mean, you've only been there a couple months.
Yeah, I know them from before, but I'm not tight. Like I said, I just go to work, do my job. Can't even try to get out. Because my wife is a supervisor where I work at, so, Jose's damn favoritism, so I don't like to hear.
Oh, you banged your way into it.
What do you drive?
I drive a railroader.
No, I mean for a personal vehicle.
I drive a truck.
What kind of truck?
Dodge Ram truck.
What year?
05.
What color is it?
Right.
Do you ever lend your truck out to anybody?
Mm-hmm.
You never lend it out?
No, I haven't. I don't.
Sorry, so you don't know what, I mean, the only 2 Giovannis or Gios that you know would be, one would be Peachy's kid, which he lives here. He's got a brother named Jacob, and the other one's an older guy that fixes Hondas.
Yeah.
And you don't know where he's. And you wouldn't have asked Tanya to come over and dance.
Where am I gonna do that? My wife's like me like flies on shit. My wife gets a fit if I don't call her from here to where I live at. Give me a heads up, you're coming home, shit like that. So no. Mm-mm.
So you wouldn't try to arrange something for 2 guys?
What am I gonna do out of that?
Well, shit's about to get real. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you why we brought you in.
You say shit's about to get real.
What?
Because Tanya is dead. We found her deceased Friday. And we've been interviewing everybody that has contact with her, so we're trying to iron out everybody's stories. Because there are a lot of things flying around, people saying stuff about other people, and
It's always like that. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. Wow.
so that's why I'm saying,
That's crazy.
right now, we need to be, I mean,
I don't got nothing. I'm doing everything.
like I'm saying,
Yeah, it's
kind
of critical.
if anything between, even if there was, like I said, if there was nothing that you think is gonna get you in your old age trouble, we're not saying nothing, okay?
Yeah,
Because we want everything to come out now and be open.
I know what you're getting. I know
We
what
don't
you're
care about petty stuff like that.
No, she's the one that's how we know about her. Listen, I'm trying to keep my life straight. I've been through some shit. And the last thing I need is any shit like this or whatever.
What kind of shit you been through?
Just shit in general. Just with my kids and, trying to I started going to church, so.
So you're trying to turn your life.
Yeah.
Jamie, I know you are my spiritual guide. Isn't one of the commandments that you are not allowed to covet your neighbor's wife?
Is that a rule? Oh.
You don't know the 10 Commandments.
I don't.
Oh. Can someone help Jamie? What are the 10 Commandments? I love when they go all preachy and say, "No, I go to church." Well, one of the commandments are don't bang your neighbor's wife.
Right there, do a great thing, and so far everything's been good.
Common
So.
sense.
Did you know she was pregnant?
Yeah, pregnant.
Did you ever know her to lie?
She make up some shit. She like using guys that I know, because she used the shit out of my helper. Just manipulate him, I try to tell him, don't be falling in love with no stripper. You know what that shit is all about. Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Learn the hard way. So, little stupid shit like that, they used to get into little arguments, but can't get in that shit, man.
And who's that with Bradley? You think she was manipulating Brad?
Always asking him for money and shit like that, using his car.
Did you ever see them get into a fight?
I seen them argue before, over the phone.
Anybody get into a physical fight? You ever seen?
No, I've never seen none of that. But she said one time, she did say he hit her. Yeah, that he hit her. I remember that. Broke her nail or some shit. She was all dramatic. My wife was with me. Because this was in front of her house.
Was this separate from the time the police were called?
No, this was after.
That's what I'm saying. It was a different incident.
Yeah,
right?
this was a whole different incident.
Okay. So they got into it. She broke her nail.
Yeah, she said he hit her and broke her nail. Yeah, my wife was with me. I remember that.
Do you remember when that was?
No, I don't. It's crazy. Wow.
No, it was a fight with Bradley.
Mm-hmm.
With Bradley that time.
Yeah.
The other time you were talking, that was with.
That was with Black dude, Mark. Yeah. Listen, she fucking so many dudes that she talked to, and God knows what she did.
What do you mean?
No, I'm saying because she knows a lot of guys, so I don't know. Like, God knows what she's done. I don't know. I'm just saying.
You ever been with her?
That's the rule of thumb.
Never had sex with her?
Apparently, she used to be an escort and a stripper. And And that's what they're trying from the defense to put in there, that some of her Johns might have killed her.
Yeah, I mean, if you're hanging around with seedy people, that's I mean,
Yeah. You sometimes ends up in pieces or unalived.
yeah, it might happen.
When they said shit's about to get real, he was supposed to say, well, then I want my lawyer present, just to make sure.
Exactly.
Hand to God.
The minute a cop says shit's about to get real, you
I'm good. Y'all can ask me, like I said, y'all can ask me whatever y'all need, I'm here.
You ever loaned your truck to her?
No.
You never been inside your truck?
A long time ago, when me and my wife went to Cheddar's, that was the day that the guy beat the shit out of her.
Cheddar's.
The first one?
Cheddar's.
Yeah, the black dude.
It's like a.
So we went to Cheddar's, me, my wife, and her.
So she hasn't been in your truck since March?
She's never, that was the only time she was on the truck.
Okay, so I'm sure you watch TV and you understand about DNA, right? When was the last time you saw Tanya?
I haven't seen her. Shit. It's been a while.
Okay. So there would be no reason to find your DNA on her, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you said you were willing to give a sample of your DNA?
Yeah.
Now, she was pregnant. Okay?
Okay.
And we're gonna take DNA from the child who's also deceased.
Okay.
Okay? So there's not gonna be any surprises. We're gonna have to contact you in a little bit and be like, hey, why is he coming
You
back?
guys do whatever you gotta do.
But, I mean, I'm not gonna be coming back to you in 6 weeks when I get the results back saying, hey, what's up with the,
I'm good.
you've never had sex with her?
I'm straight.
Did you ever have sex with her?
No.
Did you have any kind of dealings with her outside of just friendship?
Nope.
Never had any kind of business dealings with her?
Never.
Never called her about, let me ask you this. Because the reason that I got your number originally was because, do you know Michael? Michael or Elizabeth?
No, I don't know who that is.
Michael is Tanya's brother. Did you ever go by Tanya's mom's house?
Yeah. The day that I went to bring Bradley, matter of fact, yeah, I remember. I brought Bradley there because Bradley was calling her for the car. They got into a little scuffle. She slung her clothes or some shit. Took her phone. And I brought her to her brother to the store right there on Lucie Boulevard. I guess he works at the cricket place or some shit like that. Yeah, I remember that. Her mom was outside, matter of fact.
Did you ever tell anybody in in Tanya's family that Bradley was stalking her from down the road? You'd seen his car on her street?
How do I know that?
So you wouldn't have said that to anybody?
No, I wouldn't know that. I'd probably say he's probably a stalker, but I've never seen any of that.
So when somebody said that I should ask you about it, you don't know why?
No. I'm just being honest.
Okay. Well, since you said you'll do the DNA thing, we're gonna try to get it real quick. I'm gonna go get that started. Okay, so do you need water or anything like that, man? You good? All right. You need to text your wife, tell her you're okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna call her right now. That's what I'm gonna do.
All right, call her right quick. I'm gonna get that started. All right?
Yeah. This is just gonna be yes.
Oh, buddy. Dude, why do people have to cops?
Hey, I should be out of here shortly. No, they're asking me some questions about Tanya fucking being dead. So, I just,
See you,
you already
Maria.
asked me, I just answered it truthfully. You know what I mean? They got me in some little interrogation room here. Yeah, that's what I'm not. I guess they want to get a DNA test or something. I don't know. Yeah. No. I don't know, swab or something. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I just tell them what they need to know. You guys are still there? Where's my truck? Okay. You know, I'm here. They still didn't tell me what the fuck's going on, though. They said she's dead, so I don't even know what the fuck's going on. Yeah. Yeah, I told them everything.
That's good, not legal advice.
Yeah, you're gonna like you have to know you're on a recording, unless this is what you wanted.
That's fine. I don't got nothing to do with it. I don't got nothing to do with this.
I could see Drex with a hat like that. Rianne.
I don't know. The detective said there's a lot of people talking. He said, she said they're just trying to get shit on. Let's see what the fuck's going on. That's crazy. This shit is crazy. For what? About what?
What?
You feeling better? Huh? Yeah, they're here. I'll call you in a little bit. They said they shouldn't be home, so.
You got the spell your name for me.
Last name,
First name for you.
Jose, Jose. Soto, Soto. Escalera, ES.
E-R-A? Spanish?
Yes.
Date of birth?
10/12/76.
Your address?
2613 Southwest Captain Circle.
CACT?
Yes, I'm just CACT.
Sir?
Yeah.
Is there an apartment number or anything? Is it a house?
No, it's a house.
That's Port St. Lucie?
Yes, sir.
34953.
You got the cool job?
Yes.
Two?
Yes, two.
I mean, you're poking around the damn deal.
Oh, no, sir, it's a swab, it's just a swab for the inside of your mouth.
Well, that's how I got, I know about that. That's how I found out my son was.
Yeah, it's the exact same.
How many bang buddies do you have when you already know what a bugle swab is, because that's how you found out your son was yours? You, sir, should try and do the old maneuver called keep it in your pants. Jesus Christ.
All right, just verify all this from. Can I take a picture of this if you guys don't mind? Or I'm not?
No, you're fine.
No, that's fine. We're gonna finish yours. Just verify your information is correct as I wrote it. That's an E. 10/12/76.
Pull out game doesn't work.
Southwest Cactus Circle, 31953. Today's August 25th. It's a little after 1641, which is 441. Down there it says, I, Jose Escalera, hereby voluntarily consent to the collection of buccal swabs of the inside of my mouth, by members of the San Lucie County Sheriff's Office for DNA testing. Do you agree with that? Just a signature right there. And the date right here is 8/25.
Oh, there was something that I had to tell you guys too. His mom, Bradley's mom, called me this morning to tell me that he had gotten arrested and all that shit too. So
okay,
I just want to make sure you guys know that's
just need a couple of thumbprints.
Yeah, PSA, keep it in your pants and try not to kill someone. And if you are to unalive someone, make sure they don't have 50% of your DNA in a fetus. Thank you, K-Dubs.
Just relaxing here a little bit. You can wear that like that and go. Just want to slide it out a little bit. There you go. Just relax. Throw it like that. This is our crime scene supervisor, Carmichael. She's going to conduct the swabs.
Like you said, painless. Don't have to stick your tongue out.
You guys try reaching me?
I'm not sure. We may have.
I've never even seen the reason why, because they did something stupid. They thought I was going to the gym and they were looking for me. You just called me directly and tell me what it was for. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't remember if we're doing it. It's been a long couple of days. Please take a couple of pictures.
Okay. Me?
Yes.
Yeah, just to show who you are.
That way we.
If I can just get you to stand right there
Can you
for
take
me.
this off or?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind. Okay, and if I can get you just put your arms out like that for me, show you not, put your hands out like that, just show you not any injuries or anything. Here, bring your arms closer to me.
This way, right?
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, no on your legs or anything, right?
She had injuries to the back of her head. Her neck was cut, and they haven't talked about it yet. The ME didn't talk about it at all, but in a news report I read, apparently she also had injuries to her private area, but the baby was inside her. The ME was talking about how she removed it from the body, and it was a viable, healthy baby.
I work with branches and shit like this, so you can see scratches from my wife.
You do the dog color?
That's what I was gonna take. I was gonna take.
Thank you very much.
Do you need water or something? Yeah, so how much water? Not too much water. I'll be right back.
Brandon. Jamie is very disappointed in you right now.
I am.
We're just gonna watch him sit there and look at his phone.
No, I thought they're supposed to cut all that stuff out.
I hate it when they do that. Thank you so much.
Bro, said she was found dead. Thank you, bro. I got two things that I want to ask you because bro said she was found dead. What the fuck happened?
Well, that's what we're still working on.
And then his mom, because since you were talking so fast, I don't want to leave nothing out. His mom called me at 1:25 a.m. this morning.
Whose mom?
His mom. Tell me he got arrested.
Mother called
You
you.
at 1:25 a.m.
This guy has 4 kids already, plus the one that's dead. I'm not thinking we're playing with a full chess set on this guy.
No.
No, I'm not want to stop it. Now it's getting interesting.
Mm-hmm.
It's right there. Right? Just want to make sure you guys got all that shit.
This morning?
But I didn't get to it. Tonight I have to work. That's what I called her.
You called her at 6:31?
Yeah, I believe so. I know I called her back, but I was already at work. She was telling me he got arrested for some shit with Tanya, some shit out. Oh, this is fucking crazy.
What did she say she got arrested for?
I guess for drugs and some shit that they found Tanya or something. I don't fucking know. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to piece stuff right now. Because you telling me she's dead.
Oh shit, that's a fact.
That's crazy. Wow.
You mind if my guy takes the image of that phone call and everything like that?
Yeah, take a picture of it.
I mean, if I give it to them and they just take a snapshot of it.
I would like to see it. That's what you're saying.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you think?
To get the call log again.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Can you give him a sign?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna.
I'll take it just to get it back, so.
Yeah, that's
Takes
fine.
us just a minute, okay?
This is crazy.
So it's so called.
SCALE. This is crazy.
What kind of cell phone?
That's an iPhone 7 something.
The 7 or 7 Plus?
Oh,
They wanted red little
I was sitting at 7. How old is this phone? And then, oh, yeah, it's 2018. Good morning, Alicia.
It's the bigger one.
They want, yeah. What color is it?
I found it black.
Black.
This is crazy. I better fucking interrogate everybody.
Well, then,
Mother everybody.
what we do in these cases is, it's just as important for us to rule people out, and because you have contact with her, it's very important that we start, it's like a weed guard. It's like a weed guard. So we start pulling weeds and getting rid of people, that way you don't have to waste time looking at you. Once we get everything done, make sure you're not, Jose's not in this. So when you're out, and we don't have to waste time calling.
I see what you're saying. I got you.
You get everything knocked out while we're here the first time.
I got you.
Yeah, they're gonna get that knocked out real quick, so you can come back.
That's crazy.
Do you keep in touch with Wanda on a regular basis, or you just know her?
No,
Or?
you're not. That's what I'm saying, bro. He's like my nephew.
He is your nephew?
No, he's like my nephew. His mom, they were my neighbors at one point.
They were,
Oh, okay.
oh, okay.
That's how I've been, bro. I'll read this out to you guys. Just to make sure you understand now. I, Jose Soto-Escalera, understand that I have the right to refuse a search, give or authorize to give permission to St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office and employees to make a full complete search of my cell phone. It's the iPhone 7 Plus Black that we just collected, located here at 4700 West Midway Road, St. Lucie County, Florida. I understand that I give my consent for the above described cell phone and digital data within to be searched.
I love that hey, can we just have your phone for 2 seconds? And then, hey, can you just sign this piece of paper saying that I gave it away voluntarily? And they just
Yes.
confiscated his phone, and he doesn't understand 2 shits of what's going on. My dude, you need a lawyer.
Yeah. The minute they said shit's gonna get real, get a lawyer.
Yeah. Well, when they say, hello, can you come to the police station? You say, yes, I'm just going to get my lawyer, so we'll meet you when he has a time for you.
Yeah.
He was just, yeah, you can see my phone. And can I take it out back just to, yeah, sure. Boom. Here's a certificate saying that you gave it to us. This, people, is why you should never, ever help the police. Of course, if they ask you for your ID and stuff like that, of course you will help them with that. But don't turn over your phone or say, "Yeah, sure, I'll unlock it for you." 2 seconds later, you have signed something, and you're up shit's creek.
I'm giving up the right to privacy for these areas. I also understand files are located in the area my consent is given for, and these items can be used against me in court of law. I'm giving my consent freely and voluntarily without compulsion or threat of any kind. Okay. You understand that? Yes. Can I just sign right there? And print underneath, and the date is August 28th. I'm sorry, August 25th. I'm like, hold on, let's do it now. I'm telling you, it's been a long couple of days. I'm gonna wait.
Wow, this shit's crazy.
I know.
But what happened? Like, what was?
She was just found.
You guys don't even tell me that. I don't even know what.
Well, we're not releasing a lot of the details of the still ongoing investigation, but she was found deceased and is suspicious. So that's what we're saying right now. And what we're doing now is there's so many names and so many people and so many families. Right now we are doing the process of elimination.
I got you.
Okay, which is why we brought you in here to talk to you on your own free will.
No, I understand that.
Because, you know, further we can basically, I don't mean to be mean, but further we kick you to the curb.
Let me ask you something, since we're in here, what did Brandon get arrested for? What is he being charged with?
Brandon got arrested for marijuana. Had nothing to do with us, he got arrested for marijuana.
You know, he smokes weed like a fiend.
Yeah, we know that.
That's what he's arrested for.
That's the same as they got arrested for.
Or in jail for weed. That's it.
So how the fuck does his mom know?
We talked to Bradley.
They talk to people, and his kid was hanging out with her kid. So they knew each other, and that's why he got swept up in it. And people started talking. Apparently, his nephew the guy they're talking about now, who smoked weed, heard him say a whole lot of crazy stuff. That's what we heard in the opening statements. A lot of how the hell should I do it, and I should just do this and that. We haven't heard it yet, so we'll have to wait.
About Tania.
Oh, you talked to her mom today?
We haven't talked to Bradley's mom at all.
So I don't know. You
probably called her.
Probably called her from jail.
Yeah, because how did she know?
So you probably called her trying to make bail.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Because he did say she's supposed to be coming down. So.
Yeah. Okay.
So we
should be staying in my fucking house. Thanks.
But in big cases like this,
The jazz tobacco was his nephew who got arrested for that.
we can knock out.
No, I see you trying to eliminate as much as I got you. That's what you're saying.
We got all these people giving different stories. And, well, Jose went to the truck. Look at the truck. Let's say she ain't been in the truck.
Another shit.
Well, if you let me look in the truck, take swabs in the truck, I will in your truck out. That means you're telling the truth and they're lying.
Yeah.
So you get looked out.
No, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, that's crazy. This shit is crazy, man.
Speaking of, would you have a problem with that?
And so she's never been in your truck, other than like one
before, yeah.
So like George, you know, DNA grades, right? So if it's like 6 months ago, we're gonna find the DNA, and you're not gonna have urine from us. So,
I said a Dodge pickup.
Yeah.
05?
Yeah.
I just whatever y'all gotta ask me, just ask me. I don't like curveballs.
So that's what I'm
Last when you look in your truck, make sure it's not a crime scene. It's all subject to the swab DNA and all that.
That's what I'm saying. I'm being honest with you. To be honest,
I just wanna know what the hell happened.
Single cab or extended cab?
No, it's a single cab.
Single cab? Swept side? Leather bed?
Regular bed. That's crazy, man.
How long you lived down here in Lucie County?
I came in here in 93.
Where do you mostly, when you lived down here, has it all been down towards San Lucie?
Yeah, I've just been all over the place.
You ever lived up in Fort Pierce? Never.
So this is the exact same form we just did. What I changed was I put, instead of your phone, this is for an 05 Dodge pickup truck, gray in color, with a single cab and regular bed. It's located here at the sheriff's office, parked out back. And we understand that we are looking for a search of your vehicle for DNA trace evidence of crime, and the protections at the bottom are the same. It says I'm giving up the right to privacy for these areas. I also understand that I was located in the area of my consent is given. And these items can be used against me in court of law. I'm giving
These guys are geniuses. Now he just signed off his car. Yeah, just look at it. No problem. What if he's not guilty? We don't give a fuck. You gave us our phone. Do you want to give us your car? Sure.
Yeah.
Can you sign the deed on your house over to us? Yeah, whatever you want.
What do you guys want? Because this is crazy.
Yeah, I'm a good guy.
consent freely and voluntary without compulsion or threat of any kind. Signature. Same signature, print date.
What days you guys get off with?
It all depends. You guys got me on soon?
You're going to work with
he's signing every paper. Everything is hunky dory.
It all depends on stuff. Like Mondays is my heavy route, so 5:30, 6 o'clock, sometimes 7.
But I mean, like, you work Monday through
Saturday. I
Monday
Monday.
through Saturday. You only get one day off.
Yeah, Sunday's my day off. I'm in church, doing stuff with my church and shit like that.
Where's the church at?
We don't know. I read in the papers that she had told him it was his, but we haven't heard anything about it.
Discovery, it's back there on US 1.
Told a lot of people.
It's out of school. We're doing it out of school right now.
Is that the one behind like Kidderman?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
okay.
Yes, sir.
At the, what is it, Sandy?
Oh, he did do a bugle swap earlier, so you should know how to do it.
Oh, the other thing that was ruled out. So we talked to Tania on Wednesday, and she was supposed to bring them tomorrow on Thursday. Is that right?
Friday.
She
She was supposed to drop them on Friday so you can spend the weekend with them.
Okay, she wasn't bringing them over on Thursday.
No.
Okay,
She was letting me know. She let me know, hey, it's good. I'm gonna bring them Friday. She never showed up.
So you talked to her on Wednesday to set that up, and you talked to her again on Thursday verifying that was gonna happen.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And she never showed up. I don't see why.
You said Thursday, was that the day you were working on the car?
Yeah, Drake's car, the Drake car.
Drake?
Yeah. Yeah, because I remember I told my wife, hey, guess who called me? And I told my wife that Contact called me to see if the car can come in.
You know Drake's last name?
Figueroa? That's fucking great.
And after you worked on Drake's car, where did you go? Go home? Yeah. Stayed home the whole time?
Yeah, I've been home ever since then. I tell you, I was maybe going for, I want to say an hour 10 minutes or something like that.
Okay. And then you went home?
Yeah, I was home.
Stayed home?
Yeah, I didn't go nowhere else. I was home.
When did you leave the house again?
In the morning to go to work.
All the time.
5 something, I can't remember. But my wife came before me.
Okay. About what time you wake up?
I'm up around like 5:10. I'm up. 5:10, and then my wife leaves because she makes my lunch and all that. And then I go straight to work. I'm good.
You work Friday?
Yeah, I work every day.
What was your scheduled work on Friday?
What do you mean, like start?
Yeah, you start on Friday.
We got punching at 6:15.
6:15, what time did you get off on Friday?
Oh, shit. Shit, I can't remember. I know it was 5, almost 6 o'clock.
5, 6
I'm not sure. Time card knows they had all that shit you guys needed.
You punch in and out?
Yeah, I punch in and out, yeah,
Okay.
yes, sir. Yeah, I can verify that, you don't want to do that tomorrow. I just can't remember. I know I got home late. She was crazy. Wow.
Do you or any of your neighbors have video? You know, have video at the house? That'd be easy for us next time. That's a quick rule out. If you got video or something watching.
That's how when I get in my house, that's why I want cameras in my house. That's exactly why I want shit.
I want to say that there's been the cameras in my house right now.
It don't hurt to have them.
No,
It don't hurt to have
somebody comes to me and whoever you Friday, hold the phone.
Yeah. That's a good idea. I'm glad you brought that shit
I'm
up.
there. I'm still there.
I'm glad you brought that shit up. That's a good idea. Yeah, when I get one of those, that's what we're trying to do right now.
No, but it's way easier if you can just get the phone. That's why they want Karen Reed to give them the codes, even though it already got gray keyed. But it's way easier to if you say, yeah, you can have my phone. Okay, can you just open it for me? Sure. Then you can do whatever you want. He gave it to you. You didn't. And he said, well, can I look at it? Yeah, sure you can. No problem. I want you to see everything in there. Hard to say, well, they went through it without permission because they have it on tape and they have a signed affidavit or a signed permission slip. These cops are good.
This shit's crazy, man.
You got no video at the house?
No, sir. That's the rental home right there.
Oh, it's a real house?
It's a rental.
But if we need to, the Westboro has you punching it out.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to excuse myself.
Trying to change the right? I guess I appreciate it.
Oh, this shit's aggravating. Embarrassing. I'm just getting dragged here for shit that I don't got nothing to do with.
Were you close with Tanya or just not really?
I'm not tight like that, that's what I'm saying. No. I just see her, hey, hi, what's up? I know that Greggy's girl, you know, shit like that, but we're not tight like that.
We have her kid over, right?
Yeah, her son comes over and stays over.
I finished the last season yesterday.
Is there any reason you would delete yourself off her Facebook? When I pulled up her Facebook earlier, you were friends with her. That's how I got here.
No, I don't fuck with Facebook like that. I don't even know how to do that. No, I don't have her. I never had her. Never.
You didn't delete anybody else?
No, I don't even know how to do that. My son usually didn't use my phone, and he probably was fucking with it. He just ran me like a $300 phone bill a few weeks ago. But, and like I said, my wife's the one that handles my Facebook stuff. So I never had her. She was never. That's crazy. She was never on my Facebook. Never had her on. My wife would have questioned that. I got shit popping up, and I don't even know how it's getting there. Because like I said, I don't request people like that. I don't even know how to.
So you've never had any kind of sexual relation with her? You guys ever talk a little dirty or anything like that?
She's flirtatious with her mom. Like I said, she's ghetto because she talks about how she loves shit. But she never trying to know that shit out there. That's what you're trying to ask me.
Well, I'm not saying that you guys actually did anything, but she ever flirt with you like that. So you
No,
guys
she never tried me like that. Never.
How'd she get along with your wife?
They're pretty cool. Tell you, we went out to dinner, her, me, and Brady before we hung out.
We weren't tight.
No, we wasn't tight like that. Like, hey, come over, hang out and stuff. Not like that.
So is there a difference between going out and eating and having a kid over and hanging and being tight?
Yeah, because we hung out with her because of Brady. I'm tired with Brady. Yes, I'm tired with Brady.
So after Bradley and her broke up, how was your contact with her? Did it keep the same?
We talked, but like she'll bring him over, and then she never brought him over, like shit like that. But being on the phone and having a long conversation, none of that.
So your kids were introduced while she was dating Bradley and hanging out with you guys through Bradley. And then
That's
the
true.
kids were friends.
Yes, sir.
She was still bring them over once in a while.
They, like I said, they were in a pretty fucked up relationship. They used to fight in jail and all that shit. One day they're together, one day they're not, but that's their business.
Did Bradley's mom and dad come in the money today? Or do you know anything about that?
She probably got paid from the, I don't know.
Did Wanda like Tanya?
Yeah, she was pretty cool with her.
You never heard Wanda or anybody bitching about Tanya?
On your phone, what do you have Tanya listed as? Do you have her in your contacts?
Yeah, she's in the contacts. She's under Loca.
Loca?
Yeah, crazy. LOCA. And then her old number, like I said, I had an old number that she had before, is under Tanya. The new number that I spoke to her is under Loca.
Do you remember what the old number was?
No, it's still in the phone if I'm not mistaken.
So you have a Tanya contact that's an old number.
Yeah, that was her old number. What says Tanya, that's the old number.
You has a TANIA?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
And Loca is.
That's the current number, yes, sir.
So the one that she called you on Wednesday about the kids getting together was on.
Yeah, Loca number, yeah. That shit's crazy.
I appreciate you cooperating like this. This gets us out of your hair and you out of ours.
No,
We move on.
my wife is the one that's freaking out.
We'll try. However you want to spend it, you can spend it, okay? I mean,
No, I
not that I was saying.
don't gotta lie to my wife. If there's one thing I learned, bro, let me tell you something. I've been through some shit. Telling the truth is the most easiest shit. No, I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you the story all. I'm giving it to you all the first time. I don't gotta sit here and try to keep lying. No, fuck that.
It's the easiest way, because every time you tell a story, it's the same story.
Exactly. I'm good, so.
We should wait that out.
Probably out there waiting for me.
Well, I don't
You have
mind.
questions for us?
I-
This is fucked up. Well, let's take it.
I can't necessarily disagree with you.
My wife said he came to the house. I guess you guys went to the house or something?
Somebody from the sheriff's office.
16 deep or something like that?
I have no idea. I was talking with other stuff.
We got teams running around doing different things, and some of them got 2 guys, some of them got 20.
If you hear 16 deep went to your house, I want a lawyer. Yeah, I think the soundboards on the wall behind him, or whiteboard, or whatever it is, are smarter than he is, because his wife told him there are 16 cops rolled up who rolled up on our house, and he still gave away his phone, his DNA, his car, and he keeps talking.
It just depends on.
Oh, yeah, ask me about her old boyfriend, Mark. You said he beat the crap out of her.
Yeah, I know him because of the shit she said when she was with Bradley, when she used to talk and hang out, and that's not a good guy.
Do you know if she was still in contact with him in here?
Knowing her, yeah.
You think so?
Like I said, when she talked to me like I'm a brother or uncle. She tell you, the way she talks, that ghetto talk, she just don't care. That's just the way she was.
So it wouldn't surprise you if she was still in contact with him or anything like that? Or?
I wouldn't doubt it, because she said she loved him, and for God's sake, she still got him on Facebook. So,
how do you know if you weren't friends with him?
Because the picture that your buddies picked me up over here at the sheriff at the job, he showed me a picture of him. That's how I know. I know who he is because I seen him.
You know what lands most people in prison, innocent or guilty? Their big yapping mouth. So all of this will be used to bury him later.
You actually met
Or
her?
not like this, but I've seen in pictures. I know who he is. Like,
Oh, so she showed you a picture. You didn't meet face to face,
No.
just through photos?
I never saw him.
Did she, after her and Bradley were going around and after her and Bradley broke up, did she ever talk about Mark again or anything like that?
Okay, no.
You wouldn't know. Was she talking to your wife when she called your wife in chat?
No, because my wife was a little disappointed out of her because the shit she used to do with the stripping and all that. My wife didn't. Always real professional. Like, I don't know, I can't explain it. My wife's the reason I'm doing the shit right now. So I'm good.
Did you ever see her dance before?
Never.
Never. You ever been to strip club?
Yeah, but not to where she's worked at before.
Any around here?
No, I never been there. It was the West Palm.
West Palm.
And potentially beating her over the head with the meat bat as well.
I'm not giving my fucking money up. That's the way I look at it. I got a wife. I don't give a fucking big shit.
Do you need anything else real quick? I'm gonna double check on where they're at with your stuff. That's why I'm gonna check to see how we're doing on that. That's what you moving along.
What's the youngest you guys hire officers? How does that work?
Used to be 25, but that's like 21.
Awesome.
So maybe another 19, 18. It's,
damn, I'm still fucking like, wow, man.
Is there anything you can think of that we haven't asked you that we might need to know? Anybody that comes to mind says maybe they ought to look in that direction?
I don't know. There's so many guys she talked to me. Shit, I don't know. I can't even. Like I said, I never talked to her like that. We were tight, but not like that. Like, I don't know her business like that. I know her mom. The only thing that I know is that her brother lived with Bradley at one point, or some shit like that. Let me see what else I know.
This is it's a double murder case with the death penalty. They probably might have swung and said, hey, life in prison without the possibility of parole, take it or leave it. So they don't have to waste all this time and money on it.
That's pretty much it. And her mom's sick. You know. But that's about it. It wasn't an everyday thing. It was like, hey, what's up? What's good? How you doing? Everything. But to be every day like that, no.
When was the last time you walked over to them?
Shit, I can't even remember. I know we took them to church. That was the last. I can't remember what the hell that was.
Months, years?
Months. No, months. It wasn't here. It was months ago.
Was it this year?
Yeah, it was in this year. I know that, but it was months ago. I don't know exactly when. But, you know. Shit is crazy. Because the way she told this morning was like they arrested him.
Oh, he got arrested.
I just didn't, like I said, I didn't know that. My wife was telling me this was going on. This, and I'm like, nah, this is a prank. There's no way. That's why I was waiting for your partner to tell me to see what he was talking about. How many guys you already interviewed?
I can't tell you, I've been working a lot of hours.
I got you.
We talked to a substantial number of people. Okay, we still have a substantial number of people. We got you, no problem. And like I said, you know, it's the weed garden concept, you know.
What the shit out here until you get it?
Some kind of one.
I'm just curious, what the fuck happened? This shit is crazy. I'm curious.
In the ballpark?
Yes, give me a few more minutes, but we're halfway done with it. It just takes a few minutes for that shit to computer programs to talk to each other and shit like that. So I'll be in the other room for a minute. I appreciate you coming in. Okay. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
All right.
That's funny.
It's kind of crazy.
Are they going to put him in cuffs at the end of this?
Damn. That's crazy. Whew. I feel bad for him, man. For Jamar.
Oh, yeah.
That's his mom.
At least he still had
Yeah, but it's not the same, man. It's not the same. It's crazy. It's crazy because
It's just crazy. It's crazy.
Hopefully they'll get some support, get some counsel or something.
Yeah.
Just like we explained, when names come up, we gotta,
No, I understand. I understand.
as sure as we don't,
Yeah.
we just stop Jose. Get all the way to the end, yeah, Jose did.
This is fucked up. I just want to know what happened. Like, what the fuck went down? I just know that chick with a lot of guys, man. And she knows fucking Crip members.
Yeah.
Dozen Crip, shit like that.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
She ever mentioned about name?
No, she never mentioned it. That's what I'm saying. She was real. She wasn't stupid. No, she wasn't stupid. She wasn't a stupid chick.
She was banging your stupid ass, so it probably wasn't a straight A student like Sarah Boone.
Oh. How long you been up? Sure.
Been here for 13 years.
You guys have dispatchers here, right?
Not in this building, but.
You know, they set them up now?
Yeah.
My kids.
Did he just ask how much a dispatcher makes an hour?
Mom, it's related to her, sir.
Okay. Work it. See her around?
No, I see her on Facebook, but when I see her at the gas station in the morning, on the street.
Seems to be the meeting place.
That's why you guys say that. You guys act like that.
Oh, shit, that's crazy. Everybody drives a truck, one's up there at one point or another.
I like
Mark
that.
was in here earlier. You ruined his YouTube channel.
You work a set number of hours, or you just drive your route until your route's done?
You gotta make that shit up till you're done. You can be done. There's heavy days and there's light days.
Right.
Like my Monday route, I can get done between, it's a heavy, so 5:30, 6 o'clock. Tuesdays, fucking 1:30, 2 o'clock. Wednesday is a bad day because I don't fucking get in there till like 7. My only early day that I know is Saturday. Like today, I wouldn't know. I would have been off like 2:30. There was a little extra shit out there. That's on the whole road Sunday.
You guys work hourly or you get a salary?
We get by the day, but anything after a certain amount of hours, it's like Chinese overtime shit.
So if you can knock your route out by 1 o'clock, you still didn't go till 5 pay?
Yeah, you get your flat rate and make money, but the longer you're out there, the less. That's the reality. I just did it because of the benefits.
Right.
Because with the other job, the money was good, man, but it was the late fucking nights, the different French. We don't have no compassion, no.
Did they take taxes out on you at that place? That was all cash money.
Under the table, but then my wife was like, we gotta buy a house. My wife just fixed my credit. I had a 356, it's up to a 766 right now. So that's what we're trying to get a house. But she just
It's hard to fix credit when you're not making the tax.
So now that I'm on the books, hopefully I can get something and see what happens. That's what I'm trying. That's what I'm shooting for. I just want
the
to
bank won't recognize that money is
I
in.
just want a house with a pool, man, so I can enjoy that shit and drink some beer and just, that's it. I used to go out when I was young. I used to party and shit like that. You get older, I'm like, fuck that shit. I look back and be like, I blew a lot of money going out drinking and shit like that.
Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in Connecticut, from Bridgeport.
Really?
And then I moved here in 93. This shit right here wasn't even here. Like, you couldn't get back here. You go back into Reno, you couldn't get through there. None of that. All was closed.
Yeah, 93 old.
Yeah.
Was 95 even up there? Or they still living on
It wasn't. It was still living on it. They just started on
it? I'll change around here a little bit.
Yes, it does. Yeah, I still might go on. Like, fuck. Wow.
Did you give me a card?
No, nobody gave me another card.
That's the case number? My name and number on front.
You know who I delivered to? I was hoping I got you. Mascara.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I've been to his house over there in Point West in Vero.
If something pops in your mind.
Yeah, definitely.
This
is crazy, man. This is crazy.
I forgot about that, or they need to know about this or that.
Yeah.
Call that number. I'm not at the desk, especially now, I'm not at the desk at all. But it goes to
Come on, Judge, at 5 o'clock. Come on.
a voicemail, and then emails me, so I get it, and I'll get back to you as quick as I can. If you think of anything, or.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if I
hear
hear something
something.
she always said, but
Yeah.
fuck, like I said, she pops up in and out. She was just one of those. So,
Well, you,
like, if you ask me about Bradley, I can tell you Bradley because I worked with Bradley for such a long time. He was my neighbor. I see
you
him
have,
a lot.
you have connections that are intermingled in amongst this circle. So if you hear something, or you see something.
No, definitely. So I don't want to
You may call. And let me know what's up.
This is crazy. Does her mom know what's going on? Like, what happened to her? Like, because I know your partner said.
Well, it's, you watch crime shows on TV, right?
Yeah.
You know, some things we tell people, some things we don't.
I got you. I don't look at it like that.
It's part of the game.
I got you.
Most of it we just don't. Someone will tell us.
I got you.
That's the we just got to lose.
I always wanted to be a cop, and I just never got to it. I don't know. I always wanted to be. What is that? I was talking to a gentleman in Okeechobee, like undercover, busting people in their house and shit like that, like street shit.
Yeah. It was my game. Did a lot of time in the schools.
Yeah.
All the kids.
What's like the worst case you ever seen? Work shit like that.
This one's up there. It's gonna be different.
I got you.
Different places to look. It varies. I've done a lot with fire service and EMS and law enforcement. I got like 26 years in now, public service. So it's
Yeah, I was just about to enlist.
into the race. That's good.
He's the typical, well, I just missed the bus, or I would have been SEAL Team 6. It's such a strange coincidence. I turned right when I should have gone left. Other than that, I would be the one tapping bin Laden. I just know it because I was just about to sign up.
It's cool. One time I got retirement check.
Heavy cover.
Let me try to see what's up with the phone. See if we can get you out here. Be right back.
Yes, it's on DR TV for free. It still holds up. I just watched the all four
You ain't
seasons.
texting? Did you use any apps or anything to communicate with her? Snapchats?
Listen, I don't even know how to use that.
Messengers and Kit, any of that? Yeah, just
Like I said, I don't fuck with my phone like that.
just text and phone calls. Phone calls. You ain't texting?
Yeah, I text.
Text and phone calls?
And that's it, but I don't use my phone for nothing else. My wife will be the first one to tell you I'm not that great when it comes to that.
I feel you, man. So,
Like you get, like shit pops up on the phone. Like message, like what you said, there's a wave shit on there or something, you wave. I get people, I don't even request these people. I don't even know how the fuck it even gets there. So I don't know you.
At the top of my screen. Yeah, and maybe it's a nervous laugh, but to me, it just comes off as, oh, it doesn't look good.
shit is crazy.
No, I'm standing up straight. I'm actually leaning backwards to try and relieve my pressure in the lower spine. No, I'm fine. That's why I have a standing desk. As you can see, I'm dancing just to keep
Oh,
the
shit.
movement going.
They gotta get off work early or something. Shit. You can't catch a break, man. Yeah. This was my kid-free weekend. All my
It's
kids
fun
went
to
to the exercise. All at the exercise. That's pretty. Weekend plans.
Not today. I'll be doing this shit right here.
That's it. All that's up. No weekends.
Yeah, that's well.
So we're that big,
The big green ones, yeah.
yeah.
These are dangerous. You gotta watch them. Especially when they got low in them. They don't
Yeah.
stop the brakes. It's crazy.
I'll probably see them until they're stuck in the middle of the damn road.
Yes, sir, Reed.
Ah, we got a winner.
Thank you. I thought y'all were gonna steal my phone.
Nothing like that. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Let me run, double check, nobody got anything else I need to know, and we can get you up out of here. You got a business card?
Yeah, I shall fall back to tell you, doing shackles, put 2 dogs on.
All right, members of the jury, we've reached the end of our court session today. We're going to break from this case and resume tomorrow morning at 8:45 in the morning. Please be downstairs at 8:45. You should have a better experience in the morning with parking because there's going to be less jurors reporting to the jury clerk. Please remember, don't talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, about the case. Don't do any research in any form whatsoever. Avoid all of the media coverage of this case. Enjoy your evening. We'll see you tomorrow. Please leave your notes on your chairs. See you tomorrow morning, 8:45.
8:45 under that. 8:45 under that. It's a long day when we go from 8:45 till 5 o'clock. Gentlemen, beware.
All right, the jury has exited. We'll conclude Detective Newman's testimony in the morning. Any other issues to take before we break for the case?
Not for the defense, Judge. Just a scheduling, we're well ahead of schedule. I think there's an outside shot. We could rest tomorrow. Probably Wednesday, but outside shot tomorrow.
We're doing really good.
Okay. From your side, does that present any challenges? Okay.
Well, maybe we're getting defense witnesses here, but I'll be able to
Right.
include more fully on that tomorrow.
That's what I meant.
Mitigation
Yeah.
expert procedure.
Well, you still have your interpreter testimony from the state.
Yes.
You have that part. That's
Correct.
you're factoring that into it.
And there's more,
Yes.
yeah.
And you have your DNA experts as well.
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
But there is a chance that tomorrow afternoon, probably the state might be resting. So if you
Yeah,
want to
a
get
chance.
your defense witnesses lined up.
Right, because we've got to get that lined up before we know what the verdict is even. We're gonna need them.
What do you mean if there's a second phase?
Yeah.
Okay. For the guilt phase, that's okay.
Right.
So as far as that's concerned, though, especially if we're on track and we get done earlier, I do intend to give you all a break, of a day or so between
Good,
two
because
phases.
even if I can get my Connecticut witnesses here, the state will need to be closing, so. let me-
Right, I do intend to do that, if possible, yeah. Madam Clerk, was there an issue? Oh, I thought you were saying Jeff. All right, we'll see you all in the morning, 8:45. Enjoy your evening.
Thank you, Jeff.
You're welcome.
So potentially done by the state tomorrow or Wednesday early. So probably it's not going to be a problem that I have to go to my daughters on Friday and celebrate their birthdays. What a nice thing. Day one in the books, no evidence so far connecting him to the crime. Let's be fair, they haven't put him at the scene. They have showed a little bit that he admitted that he knew her. That's about it. They promised us a lot in the opening statement, so tomorrow should be a good day if they can prove it. But so far, a lot of sizzle and not a lot of steak, I think. The questions they have asked hasn't shown any defense at all, really, other than she was a hoe, right? But I don't see a lot of guilt proven either at this time. To me, it seems more like, well, so far we've had a lot of things put into evidence, and we haven't really heard what does that we put into evidence really show. But we have a day tomorrow. If they can go at this pace and be done by tomorrow, we know they're going to call in that nephew. I could see he's the one where the defense will try and win it and claim because he had his, I'm just spitballing here. He had his drug problems. He wanted them to go away, so he was just giving information on his uncle to try and put him in trouble so he could get out of trouble. That's probably where the defense is going to go hard in the paint. Other than that, we haven't really heard any evidence. So far, everything is just stacking. The only hard thing today was 3-4 weeks before he was asking for an untraceable firearm. What does that prove? A firearm wasn't used. So I don't know. It is an interesting case, Carmen, but yeah, we need something. What was the judge saying about a break? If he's found guilty because it's a DP case, they will go straight into the DP arguments, which are normally really, really boring. It's an entire new trial where they will say, well, he's such a bad boy, he needs to be unalived. And this is why, and these are the rules. Normally, they are really boring. It's a lot of, well, we feel so sad, everyone, so he should be shot. I normally don't cover death penalty parts of the case because they are very emotional and very boring. And so he said, if we have a verdict, I'll give you a day off. He's probably thinking, if the state can be done by tomorrow, the jury can have it Wednesday. They'll probably reach a verdict Thursday, Friday off, see you Monday for the death penalty. I do have one rogue hair. I saw it. Well, it's almost haircutting day. We are 2 days away. Rejseholdet is a Danish series about a police unit that the other units around in Denmark could call when they had like a murder case. We're not the biggest country in the world, so back in the day we would have this special unit that only focused on helping with the worst murder cases that was going to be cold cases. And from 2000 to 2004, there was a show on TV. It was based on real crimes, but of course they made it for TV. It's a TV show where Mads Mikkelsen, that you might know as Le Chiffre from Casino Royale, the James Bond movie. You might know him from Hannibal. He got his start in that series. A lot of the big names in the Danish entertainment played in that series. It's a really good series. I just watched all 4 seasons. The pacing is good. The stories are good. I like it. It's in Danish, so you would probably have a few. Well, you can read the subtitles. Apparently, Unit 1, it was played on BBC. I don't know if they dubbed it. We didn't hear anything about that in the opening statements. You can just let your hair like that, and it goes where it belongs. Sheesh, must be nice. Well, I do have a little bit of product in my hair, so I can make it. Like real time? No. It's a fictional series, but based on a real police unit. Yeah, it's a great show. Yeah, scripted, but it's inspired by true events. Isn't that what they call it? No. What? So wing. I heard that the Mohawks were in, so maybe I should do the Mohawk. But it's 5:15. We'll be back tomorrow, 20 to 9. Hopefully, they will be on time tomorrow. And whoosh. We will see how fast they move. It seems like it could be a quickish case. I don't mind that. I like it. I like fast cases. I like my cases like I like my women, easy and fast.